Welcome to round 3 of the Bitcoin Chess 960 Championship. Round 3 is going to start any moment now. In the meantime, you can enjoy the view, which is behind me, not myself. Beautiful view to the ocean, swimming pool, amazing scenery in the background. So before anything starts, we'll just keep it like this so you can enjoy the view as much as possible before the real chess begins. If you have any questions, if you have any comments, please write it. I'm following the chat in Bortnik Chess, so if you want to ask something, or I'm following that chat. Let's see if we have some action. No action yet. I see the players are still at the board waiting for the signal to start. Let's talk a bit about the matchups. There's a big matchup now against the two Alexander Bortnik against Alexander Grishuk. That might be, to be honest, the game of the round. I think this is probably where we should watch the closest, follow eagerly, as those players are looking for a win. Bortnik has had a very good start. He has one draw against Dominguez, and then he won the previous game against Jorge Cori. And Grishuk has also had, I guess, a relatively okay result. He lost the first round, and then he struck back against David Anton, so he's on 1.50%. So there are currently two players in the lead. It's Alexander Bortnik with 1.5 points and Benjamin Bock with 1.5 points. Players still at the board. I guess they are waiting for... Okay, here we have. Let's see if the board is working. Yes, then we should show. Now, you will get to see the view a bit later, but at the moment I'll jump over to the beginning of the big matchup between Alexander Grishuk and Alexander Bortnik. Grishuk with the white pieces placed the move a4. Usually in normal chess you're taught to never start with either a4 or h4, but in freestyle chess both a4 and h4 might even be the best move. Usually when I play it, I usually just think that I should do as normal classical chess and just try to control the center. So I try to go d4 or e4. But here Alexander Grishuk surprises his opponent with the move 1a4, and he played it quite quickly, I must say. And Bortnik is thinking already, which makes sense. Should he strike in the center, or should he also go a7, a5 and just repeat what Grishuk is doing? While he's thinking, let's see what's up with the other games. We don't have the camera at the moment for Cori and Benjamin Bock. I'll try to solve that in a minute. Here it's they're just copying each other's moves. Knight c3 here, and if Benjamin wants to repeat, he goes knight c6 himself, and it's completely similar position, just mirroring each other. Yes, knight c6 is on the board. Sometimes it can be a good idea to just copy your opponent's moves, because freestyle chess, we don't really know the theory, so basically if you're black, just copy white's moves, and you're actually just making white having to make the biggest decisions, while you can just save time and just following white's moves. And usually if you just copy their moves, not too much wrong can be done in the at least in the beginning parts of the game. Knight c6 played. Let me try to figure out this stream situation for the other players. Yes, now it's all good. This one is good. Just give me a second while you just watch. I'll put on someone else in the meantime so you can watch. Here's the Corey against Bok. Now we have the live transmission as well. It's a bit laggy at the moment, unfortunately. But that's not anything I can do, at least. I'm not even at the venue. Okay, but there's one game that we haven't seen. Let's go there. And that's... Let's try to fix the board, because the board is not up to date. Let me see. Now it's all good. Yes, indeed, the background is actually real. I'm seated at a very nice villa here in Roatan, Honduras, with a beautiful ocean, beautiful turquoise water behind me, beautiful pool, and just amazing view, and the sun is out, so perfect place to watch some chess. Let's have a look at Lenier Dominguez playing with white pieces against David Anton. Let me know if the sound is better now. I'm trying to speak as loud as possible. Maybe I was speaking a bit low. We have e4, g5, d3 by Lenier Dominguez, who leaves the board while David Anton is thinking for his move. It's hard to come up with any reasonable comments in the opening, because it's all very... it's not really familiar to me, or neither to them. David Anton goes d6. He's now open up for both his bishop. Bishop on c8 and bishop on h8 are looking beautiful. Maybe f4 is something he could do now, Lenier Dominguez, because the pawn on g5 might be a bit annoying, actually. So the idea of going f4, g takes f4, the bishop takes f4, and the bishop is already out in play is definitely a possibility. But you never know, maybe he wants to go g3 and then f4, so he can take back on f4 with the pawn. There's a lot of to consider here already in the opening, but Lenier Dominguez is not even at the board, so I wonder what happened there. Let's move on. Let's go back to Bortnik board, I think. That was an interesting start. Here it is. Alexander Grishuk played the move 1a4, and I believe, yes, Bortnik played g6, a5, and then a6. So you can already see his Bortnik's king's position is a bit locked, but if he's able to go king castle and then move his king all the way over to the other side, he should be very safe. And I don't think a4, a5 has benefit anything special for Grishuk here. But I mean, definitely interesting start to the game. Bortnik already, as you all know, Bortnik is a very rapid player, and now he's already down to 21 minutes, while Grishuk is basically at the start of the game with 25 minutes. That's very interesting. I think this is a very important game, actually. Like, Bortnik is in the lead. I don't think Grishuk is very happy about his play in the two first games. He's been both lucky and unlucky, and I think he would like to have more than 1 point. So I think he's going hard for a win against Alexander Bortnik. Okay, good to know that the volume is a bit better now. Let's see. Again, the Dominguez against David Anton Guijarro. Still the same position. It's the typical thing when you play the freestyle chess. You don't really know what to do in the opening. You don't want to make any big mistakes. So you spend a lot of time to figure out the position, understand the plans, where to put the king, where to put the pieces, and then suddenly you've just spent 5 minutes and you're already down quite a lot. This is rapid chess, so you are not able to spend too much time on the clock in the first few moves. But this is obviously not something that the players are used to, so it's hard for everyone. And I also realized this when I was playing in the double elimination the other day, that sometimes you just freeze and suddenly you spend 10 minutes on having no idea what to do. Interesting start in most games. In my opinion, I think the main game between Grishuk and Bortnik is the most exciting one when it comes to opening choice. I also like the Corey game against Benjamin Book. He's also playing a4. Seems like this is something that they all agree on, that a4 might be a good choice. a4, a5, a6. Open up in front of the king. Because you see the very good bishop on h3, sorry, on h1 is pointing towards that king on b8, and you know there might be some danger there. If you can go a5, a6, then suddenly I think white is even close to winning. So black has to make some important decisions. So this is also another very important game because Benjamin Bock is in the co-lead together with Alexander Bortnik, and now playing Jorge Corey, who is on 1 point after beating Grishik in round number 2 and losing to Bortnik in round number 2. Most players are taking their time in the opening, which makes a lot of sense. And indeed, we did see the move f4 from Lenier Dominguez as predicted, opening up the position both for the bishop and for the rook, and also for the rest of the pieces. Bishop is nicely placed on f4. However, I would say that your bishop on h1 does not really look the best. Because even though you can play g3 or g4, it still doesn't have the best future, as there's a pawn on e4. So my immediate thought was, after white going f4, as they did, I just thought maybe black should go f5 themselves. But now that I think of it, maybe you shouldn't, because then you open up for the bishop on h1. So maybe you should just play against the pawn on e4 and just leave it there. And try to say that the bishop on h1 is just a big pawn. Yes, we are back after a lunch break of 2 hours. Hopefully, okay, I was both right and wrong. I expected f5, but I thought that it might help white a bit, because you can take on f5 and then you can later go g2, g3, and your bishop on h1 is pointing beautifully towards the b7 pawn, down towards the black king. But it makes sense as well to open up in the center, because white is controlling a lot with the important pawn on e4. So let's see if we already have some action on the other boards. Let's go to Bortnik. What's happening there? I see Alexander Bortnik is spending a lot of time. He's down to 18 minutes and Grishik is down to 22 minutes. So there's a 4 minute lead on the clock here. And the position is very strange. Why is there a rook on f2? I guess because black played bishop g4, threatening to take on e2. And he didn't find any better way to defend the e2 pawn. That's interesting. I would probably just go queen g2. You're protecting the e2 pawn while you're also kind of putting pressure towards the b7 pawn. Rook f2 looks highly mysterious to me. And also bishop g4 looks a bit weird to me, because you're kind of asking for knight e3 with a tempo, threatening the bishop. Let's say knight e3 now. Bishop goes somewhere to d7, and then maybe I can go f5, just close up the position. That looks very nice for white. I would definitely go knight e3 followed by f5. I think that's a good choice from white. Let's have a look at the camera. Let's see, this is the wrong camera. Here they are. Never mind, I see the rook was on f3, not on f1. Then it makes a whole lot more sense. So rook f2 and e5 was played. I see the camera is a bit laggy. Let me correct it. Yeah, so I still think knight e3 is supernatural. Knight e3, bishop d7 is most logical in my opinion, and then you go f5. then it looks very, very cramped for black. And then you, maybe later you go b3, bishop b2. Your bishop is pretty good on b2. Knight can follow to f3 or d3 even. Yeah, now I would actually choose white from the opening. Before Bortnik, it's very good to see that Grishuk is spending his time here. I guess he's considering a lot of options here. I understand why he's might not be too happy with knight e3 because it's blocking the bishop on c1, but for me it feels like the bishop should go to b2 at some point. So let's say b3 and then bishop b2, not the other way around. And knight e3 is, it's a developing move, and it's also with tempo. That's why it feels so natural. Knight e3 is on the board as predicted. Let's see if he goes bishop d7. Bishop d7. Let's see if he goes f5 as predicted. f5 is on the board. We were correct, everyone. f5 is on the board, followed by bishop to c6, I believe. Trying to remove that very strong bishop on h1. That makes a lot of sense. But still, I think it feels a bit cramped for black. I don't think he should take on c6, then he helps black with the tempo. I would rather consider going knight d3. Knight d3 looks interesting. Can he consider something else? No, knight d3 looks interesting. Knight d5 is also a possibility. Let's see what happens on the other boards. Here we have Corey against a book. And Corey is playing quite fast. He's only spent 5 minutes. Benjamin Book is down to 15 minutes. Playing e4 here, Corey striking in the center. That looks very natural, opening up for your bishop. Trying to get some space advantage. And perhaps at some point he might be interested in going e5. I think actually e5 is a huge threat for white now. If you, let's say it's white to move, e5, d takes e5, bishop takes c6, b takes c6, f takes e5 or knight takes e5, and white is clearly better. So after e4, I believe Benjamin Book doesn't have any other choice than to take on e4 or go e5 himself. I think these are the only two options. Both are very interesting. e5 is kind of mirroring the position. And then we can just see a mass trade-off in the center. So either e5 or f takes e4 is what I am expecting right here. Let's turn our focus to the game between Dominguez and David Anton Guijarro. David has had a tough start. He has 0 points, lost both games so far, so he is probably very eager to strike back. But at the same time, he's playing with the black pieces against the highest rated in the field, Lenier Dominguez. So it's going to be a tough task to win this one, but I know he will try his best. And as you all know, we've seen in the other games, there will always be chances. Even in drawish positions, we've even seen that there are always chances. Bishop d2 has been played by Lenier Dominguez, offering a trade of rooks. Nothing special is really going on here. Looks relatively equal. There's a pawn on a5. It's very interesting to see actually that there's been 3 games now with going a4, and now black is going a5. So we have 3 games where the a pawn is moving up the board. Let's see. He's having a think here, David Anton. They're playing relatively in the same tempo. a4 has been played, a3 quickly by Lenier Dominguez. very natural. Remember the last game when we saw David Anton play against Grishuk? He also played similar moves with the pawn. It looks like a strength, but in the end it turned out to actually be a huge weakness and it cost him the game. So let's see if this happens this time as well, or if he can use the a-pawn as a strength instead of a weakness. Let's jump back to the main game of the round. Alexander Grishuk with the white pieces against Alexander Bortnik, both players with 17.5 minutes. There's been a trade-off. Knight went to d5, bishop takes d5, bishop d5, followed by knight f6. Grishuk has now the bishop pair, which is often said is a slight advantage for the ones with the bishop pair, and in this position I would say I have to agree. I think Grishuk has an excellent position right here. Where is Bortnik game? This is the Bortnik game. Bortnik playing with the black pieces. This is kind of the main channel for the event, so we're following all games, not only Bortnik, but obviously we are taking an extra look at this game for this round because it's such an important game. The leader Alexander Bortnik against the legendary Alexander Grishuk with the white pieces. Bishop goes all the way back to h1, getting ready to put his queen on g2 and threaten checkmate in some variations on b7. The king on b8 looks very vulnerable, but at the same time the other choice is to go kingside castle, but there's already the pawn on f5 and a rook lining up towards that side, so it doesn't really look like the black king has any safe squares. Maybe even in the middle, king on e8 might be the safest place. To be honest, I like the position of Alexander Grishuk here. You can also see Bortnik doesn't look too happy. Looks a bit unsure about what to do. The knight on d8 is kind of stuck. You want to put it on e6, but there's a pawn on f5, so it's a bit difficult. Bishop on h8 is pretty locked out. So let's see what he ends up doing. Looks to me like e4 is on the board, e4 d3. e4 is closing down the bishop on h1, but immediately becomes a target with the move d3. Trying to take the pawn on e4. If Bortnik takes on d3 now, I think it's very easy play for white, so I don't think he should do this. Maybe go d5 or rook e8. Rook e8 is on the board. Looks very natural. And it's not easy for white now to put more pressure immediately. Maybe bishop g5 is a possibility. Also g4 is interesting. And now you see a4, a5 opens up the idea of going rook a4. Rook a4 is threatening to take on e4, and rook is much more active. It can slide to b4 even, attacking the king. So rook a4 looks like a very, very interesting move. Yes, my name is Johan Sebastian Christiansen. I'm a grandmaster from Norway. I'm the second highest rated player of Norway, only behind Mr. Magnus Carlsen, the one and only. Rook e8 is played, Grishuk is thinking. My suggestion would be to go rook a4. Maybe I'm talking like Bortnik because I've spent the last week with him, and maybe that's why I sound like him. Yes, correct, Fisher Random. Chess Grandmaster Johan Sebastian Christiansen. Let's move our attention to another board. Let's see what's up in the Corey against co-leader Benjamin Bock. We saw earlier e4 was played, and I suggested f takes e4 or e5, but instead Benjamin Bock played the interesting move bishop d4, threatening the queen on g1. Queen went to g2, lining up towards the b7 square, and Benjamin Bock replied with knight f6. eyeing the e4 pawn. So again, another choice for Corey. They're both on 14 minutes, so it's relatively equal on the clock. I like to see the bishop on h1 and queen on g2. We have seen this in 2 games. It's nice to line up towards the king. At some point, especially in this position, I think black would benefit going short side castle, but it's not that easy. Both the bishop on c8 has to move and the queen on g8 has to move. There is exactly, yes, it's amazing view behind me. I'll show you again for the new viewers. This is what we are working with. Not the worst office. Amazing place to do some chess commentary here in Honduras. Beautiful Roatan in Honduras. Just watching some chess. It's amazing. It couldn't be a better scenery and a better view. Not in Spain, it's in Honduras, which is in Central America, and we are in the Roatan Island, which is in the Caribbean. So it's beautiful weather, sunny, hot outside, beach is good, swimming is good, everything is very nice. Super place. Wow, e5 has been played by Corey. That's a very nice move. Locking down the position, opening even more up for your own pieces. So, again, it's a sacrifice, which is very interesting. So let's say d takes e5. What is his plan? F takes e5, knight takes e5. Knight takes e5, bishop takes e5. Black is a pawn up. What is Jorge Corey's idea? Let's say, okay, d takes e5 is the most logical move. F takes e5, knight takes e5. Is there something here he wants to do? Maybe knight to b5? Knight to b5 is possible. Knight takes d3, knight takes d4, knight takes c1. Still doesn't look clear to me at all. But for sure Corey has an idea here. D takes e5. What are we missing? What are we missing? Or maybe he's bluffing. Actually, yesterday we were playing poker with Jorge Corey and he was always bluffing, so maybe he's bluffing in chess as well. Yes, you're from Finnmark, yes. Finnmark is probably not having the best weather. I assume you still have snow. Last time I left Norway a couple of weeks ago and it was still snow. It started melting, but still snow. So I assume in Finnmark, which is in the northern parts of Norway, still has a lot of snow. D takes e5, that's very good to see. Then we can see what Jorge's idea is. F e5, let's see knight takes e5. Let's see if Benjamin Bock believes in his bluff. Because I'm not sure what his plan is yet. Knight takes e5. I thought knight b5 looks interesting. There's also rook f4. Because if you go knight takes e5, bishop e5, I don't see any immediate good idea there. So I think he has some special idea after knight takes e5. But I wonder what. What can it be? Knight b5, knight takes d3, knight takes d4, knight takes c1. Knight c6 check, b takes c6, queen takes c6. I don't see the mate. Come on, Bock, take on e5. Let's see what Mr. Corey from Peru has in mind. Jorge Corey. At least I'm curious to see, because I don't see anything concrete, so he could be bluffing. I guess that's what Benjamin is also thinking, that he might be bluffing. But Benjamin Bock was not playing poker yesterday, so he doesn't know that Jorge Corey is a big bluffer. So he doesn't have that intel. Let's give Bock some time. Let's see how he looks on stream. Let's remove my face from the stream and let's have a look at Benjamin Bock. Here is Benjamin Bock with the black pieces. Both pretty leaning forward in their chair. Jorge Corey a bit more. Benjamin looking at the position. Is he bluffing or is he not bluffing? He's thinking right now. Can I take on e5? Can I not take on e5? And do we have any development in the Grishuk-Bortnik game? I guess you are all wondering. Looks relatively quiet, I would say. Not too much happening yet. Feels like he has had a slight improvement, Mr. Bortnik. Looks like Grishuk has been spending a lot of time and he ended up with playing c3. My suggestion was rook a4. But he goes c3, most likely with the idea going knight c2 and further knight b4 or knight d4. And Bortnik moving his rook to e8 basically makes that he is not able to go short castle, so his king is kind of stuck on b8 for now, and it will remain vulnerable. That's also the same for the white side. No more short castling, but the king is relatively safe on b1 at the moment. Yes, Radiografen. I did compete. I was playing in a tournament. We've been playing for a few days. There was a double elimination, and I was very unfortunate to ruin easily one game against Mr. Corey in the last round. I had a rook in game with 2 pawns up. And I ruined everything. I made him draw the game, and I was so angry at myself, so furious. And then we were supposed to play an Armageddon game, but I was never able to settle down my nerves and forget about the first game, and I was basically never able to play any good chess in the Armageddon game. So I lost the Armageddon game, and Corey took my spot in the finals. So I'm here commentating the games instead of playing, which is also nice. I get to have this beautiful view, and I can't complain. Let's see what's going on between Lenier Nomigues and David Anton Guijaro. Looks like an interesting position. There's a strangely placed rook on a6, and I feel like he might regret going a5, a4, because I think that pawn might be a weakness in the end. For now, it looks strong. But the rook basically has to watch it all the time, because whenever you go b5 to protect it, the c6 pawn becomes very, very vulnerable. So I don't know, I think Dominguez is probably ambitious here. Definitely wants to win this one. Did he play king c1 or long castle? Yes, long castle. And I think white is doing excellent. There's threats of knight h4 and also rook e1, targeting that e7 pawn, which is a bit weak. So a move like rook e1 I could play now. Knight h4 looks interesting. Also playing h5 makes the h5 pawn more weak. Let's say knight h4, bishop goes to h7, queen h6 is already there, bishop f3 is already there. Black has to be very careful now. Rook is not the best placed on a6. Pawn on a4 can be weak. Knight on e6, knight on c7, not doing the best. Might be a very tough start for David Anton in this finals. And do we have any update on Benjamin Bock? What happened in the game? Okay, let's see. He took on e5. So he assumed it was a bluff, and then Corey played rook a3. So, to my understanding, I believe this was actually indeed a bluff. I don't think giving up a pawn and then going rook a3 really gives you the edge, to be honest. I think that pawn in the center was very important, and now Bock was able to claim it, but at the same time Bock was spending way too much time on this decision, and even though he's probably slightly better now, he's way down on time, and that's very, very scary. Corey with his 13 minutes thinking in this exact moment. Rook b3 is very interesting. Kind of threatening queen c6, but at the same time no, because if you go queen takes c6, it will be queen takes b3. But at the same time, your rook belongs on b3. So for the viewers, just don't go bishop e6, because that runs into rook takes b7, and that leads to checkmate after queen takes c6. Benjamin Bock down to 6.5 minutes, getting lower and lower on time. There's no particular threat at the moment, but white can bring the rook to e1. Pawn can sacrifice itself by going d4, opening up for the bishop. Bishop can come to f4, give a check. So it's definitely a scary position. The bishop on c8 is not able to move. It can perhaps go to d7, which is definitely a possibility. Yes, bishop d7 is on the board. And now, will he continue with some sacrifices? Rook b5, knight b5. Something like this. Maybe knight b5 with the idea d4. To be honest, it looks a bit too much, so I don't like my own suggestion. Maybe just normal d3, or rook e1, bishop d6, d4 or d3. Is a pawn down, Corey. I think it was a bluff. It was surely a bluff. But he's got the initiative. He's got chances for sure. Bock is low on time, so let's leave them for now. Let's see what else we got. Which one is the most exciting? Let's see what happens in the big game. They're following each other on time. Grishuk and Bortnik both down to 9 minutes approximately. Rook is now on a4, which I suggested previously. Attacking the e4 pawn, but it's well protected both by the pawn on t5 and the knight on f6. Perhaps he wants to go knight to b4, removing the only defender in front of the black king. Yes, unfortunately it was a disappointment. I was ranked as number 4 in the field. Dominguez was Hans Niemann was the highest rated, followed by Dominguez, and then David Anton, and then me, and then Bortnik, Corey, and then Benjamin Bock. And Grishuk is also in the middle somewhere. Yeah, I think I should be able to pronounce your name being Norwegian, so you're welcome. What part of Honduras is this? This is in Roatan. That's an island outside of the mainland, so it's in the Caribbean Sea. So it's basically like a Caribbean island. It's very nice. So we're not on the mainland of Honduras, but it's an island called Roatan. Typical vacation destination, especially for Americans. It's my first time here, and I really enjoy it. Long castles from Alexander Bortnik. I did not like his position in the beginning, and I'm starting to like it much, much more now. I like the way he played e4, d5. Now the bishop at h1 was looking amazingly just 4 or 5 moves ago, but now it's kind of stuck in the corner. I think it will be all about the time, actually. The time management here. You know, Grishuk is known to spend a lot of time and get into time trouble, and that might be the big factor in this game. Let's see how the players look like while playing. See if they're nervous. Both are looks like they're pretty chill. This video is a bit behind. I'll update it. Here they are, long castles. Yeah, doesn't look that nervous. Epstein Island, no, not Epstein Island. That's another place. That's in the US Virgin Islands. This is just an island in Roatan, in Honduras, sorry, called Roatan. He's taking his sweet time here, Grishuk. He knows that this game is very important. Bortnik is in the lead and he wants to catch him. Playing with the white pieces. Having the initiative with the bishop pair. Knight b4, as I mentioned, is on the board. A very important defensive piece for black. Knight on c2 was not doing too much, so it's a good choice to exchange these pieces. I like this move by Sasha Grishuk. And I don't think he should trade. I think he should go knight e5. Knight e5 even has the idea of going knight eg4, so I think knight e5 is a good move here. Definitely what I would do. Maybe he's so scared of, let's say, knight e5 and the call move rook f1 with the idea of swinging your queen all the way to a7. That might be something Bortnik had missed. Whoops, there goes the camera. Camera is too hot. That's interesting. I mean, the weather is very hot, so I guess that's why. Let's see how the cameras are on the other boards. It's working on the other board, so only their camera is too hot because there's fire on the board. Corey playing against Bok, still in the same position, or is this one lag? No, it's, let me see. Yeah, they're a bit laggy. Here's the position at the moment between Jorge Corey and Benjamin Bok. Okay, we will have a short break just to fix the cameras. Be right back. And we're back. Just had to check what's up with the cameras. The cameras is in the playing menu and we're not there, so our technical guy is going to check it. But for now, we'll just continue with the cameras we have. And now we're looking at the game Corey against Benjamin Bok. Rookie 1 is on the board. And I believe Benjamin Bok's position is getting better and better. There's no real threats now. He's a pawn up. And I don't see white having the biggest of threats unless he just blunders. Benjamin Bok, but he's low on time, you know. And Corey is on 8 minutes. Benjamin Bok is on 4.5 minutes and thinking after Rookie 1. So this might be a crucial game. Very important game as well. Benjamin Bok with 1.5 points and Corey with 1 point. The guy who eliminated me from the event. Let's see what happens here. Linier Dominguez against Anton David. There's not too much fire on the board. As I said previously, I think Linier Dominguez is slightly better, and I think he's still better. And I think he has good chances of winning this game, but there's a far way to go still. I believe the pawn on a4 is very weak, and the pawn on h5 is also a bit weak. So in the long run, when you get short on time, I think those weaknesses might be crucial. Unfortunately for David Anton, who is basically really needs to get some points to get on the board. He lost 2 first games and is on the last place at the moment with 0 out of 2. Rook a5 is on the board, protecting that pawn on h5, and also considering getting the rook all the way to f5 and attacking the knight on f3. A good idea by David Anton, who is actually up on time, which is very important for him. And Dominguez might be nervous because this is a very important game for him, as he can beat the person who might have the lowest confidence at the moment. Let's see, did Benjamin Bock do something smart? Yes, he played queen c4. It doesn't do too much, it threatens on d4, but it's just a beautiful square to place your queen. It just opens also up the possibility of going short castles at the moment. So the king can go all the way to g8 now and go castles, but at the moment the pawn on b7 is hanging, so you would rather wait a bit. Maybe go rook a7, and then you're actually threatening to go short castles. But the queen on c4 is also just beautifully placed, threatening the pawn on d4. And it's hard to remove it, which is the most important part. The knight on c3 is a bit stupidly placed, having to protect the pawn on a4. Rook on b3 is not doing anything. Benjamin Book might actually go up to 2.5 points, and that will be a huge, huge score. You think Bortnik is in trouble? Let's go to Bortnik. We actually have a camera back on them. It's a bit strange, but I guess this is enough. They're working on it at the venue, so there's not too much I can do. In the meantime, you will have to look at my face instead, unfortunately. Grishuk 6 minutes, Bortnik 4 minutes. Playing d4 here, Bortnik sacrificing a pawn for the initiative. He sees a beautiful square on d5 for his knight, and he wants to jump there in case of c takes d4. Knight d5 will be on the board. You said Bortnik might be in trouble. I think he is dealing with this situation excellent. Knight d5 is in the air. I think he's doing very well. I think Bortnik is doing very well. I wish we had a camera on him right now. I'm waiting to see if it gets back, because then I will put it, but unfortunately the camera is offline again. It's Bortnik time, definitely Bortnik time. Bortnik is very good with initiative. It doesn't matter whether it's the best move or not, but with in a time scramble, it's all about having the initiative and creating problems for your opponent. I see the camera is back. Let's go there. Here's the camera. Still in the works, but you can see the players looking very focused here. Alexander Bortnik. And Grishuk looks a bit nervous. He didn't see this coming. So question, he's probably asking himself, should I take the pawn on d4? Or is the knight so strong on d5 that I maybe have to go c4 to prevent the knight from going to d5? But c4 is blocking out his own rook on b4 and also giving Bortnik two very, very strong pawns in the center of the board. So I think Bortnik is doing very well. He's catching up on time as well. Bortnik down to 4 minutes. Grishuk just below 5 minutes right now. It's very nice to do commentary actually. Even though, I mean, it's a beautiful view, but it's just nice to see some exciting games. They're all going for it. Camera is gone again. Camera is back again. It's too much pressure on the board. The camera cannot keep up. C takes d4 is definitely possible, but I think that runs into knight d5. I think that looks very dangerous. Knight d5, rook c4, and maybe pawn to e3. Or e takes d3. He's very unsure now, Mr. Grishuk. He missed d4 for sure. Camera gone again. That's alright. Let's go to this camera view instead, because this camera works. He goes rook f1. Out of all moves, I would never be able to guess rook f1. That means that he is in trouble. He is in trouble. Knight d5 is on the board as predicted. As we said, knight wanted to go to d5. Holy, this is trouble for Grishuk. This is trouble. He sacrifices material. Rook takes d4. Bishop takes d4. Or is he going to do more? Is he going to go knight takes c3, b takes c3, bishop takes d4, c takes d4? It's a possibility. Or do you just claim the material. Bishop takes d4. Alexander Bortnik is in the driver's seat. Alexander Bortnik is in the driver's seat. This is looking good for him. They're both short on time. Bortnik down to 3 minutes. Grishuk 4 minutes. Fire on the board. We got the camera back. Let's have a look at the players. Give me a second to find the players. Here the players are. Don't worry, camera will probably freeze in 3 seconds, but here they are. Grishuk taking on d4. There it is, 3 seconds exactly. No worries, let's go back to this view. Black has the initiative, definitely. He's material up. I mean, initiative is hard to say, but his material up, definitely fighting for the advantage. But white has some beautiful bishops, but in the end, it's all about the material. But I think Bortnik is considering the crazy move, knight takes c3 check, opening up in front of the white's king. B takes c3, followed by bishop takes d4, c takes d4, and the move like f6, opening up for the queen to go all the way down to b3. Looks very, very dangerous. So let's see what happens. But he's thinking for a way too long time. This is dangerous. What are you thinking about, Alexander Bortnik? Will you take on c? He takes on d4 after spending 2-3 minutes. He's now on 130. Bishop takes d4, queen takes d4. And now what? Bishop takes e4 is in the air, and queen a7 in the air. He doesn't care about queen a7. He just takes on f5. He's very, very brave. I would probably go queen a7 in a minute, in a second, or whatever you say. Queen a7. Queen a7, is he just gonna go c6? And just say, I can go to c7 and you have nothing. Is that really his plan? Queen a7, let's see. Will queen a7 be on the board? This is gonna be one heck of a game. Let me just have a view at the other ones, just to make sure we're not missing anything, because this game is super, super important. And there's a lot of fire on the board. We know both Bortnik and Grishuk are some crazy tacticians. So let's see what happens. I see the other two games are relatively slow, not really slow, but not too much happening at the moment. I see Lenier Dominguez is still slightly better. I think he has good chances of winning his game. But David will, of course, fight for all his life. And actually, we have to go to Corey's game because he has sacrificed his knight b5, threatening to take on d6. If c takes b5, there's rook c3. Did Benjamin Bock spend too much time earlier in the game? Did he blunder this one? What happens if he goes bishop b8? Maybe queen takes a5. What about bishop b4? Bishop b4 is on the board. Bishop b4 is on the board. I'm still keeping an eye on the Grishuk Bortnik game. Still no move is on the board there. Whenever we see a move, we will go there. Bishop b4, c3 not possible because queen takes b3. Did you miss this, Jorge Corey? What is your idea? Let's see. Will he go crazy? Will he go crazy? Let's see. He can move his queen because bishop e1 is not possible because there is knight d6 check, but the knight is... He goes rook takes b4. Queen takes b4, only move. Queen takes b4, only move. Still no moves in the Grishuk game. Let's go to the Grishuk game. There's a move. There's a move. Still no camera, so you will have to be fine by me to see me. Rook takes f5 is on the board. Grishuk 2 minutes. Bortnik 1.5 minutes. This is super exciting. Threatening to take the knight on d5. What happens if knight e7? What happens if knight e7? That's a double attack. Then queen takes e4 is his idea. Queen takes e4. Is that really his idea? That would be insane. Knight e7, queen takes e4, knight takes f5, queen takes b7 check, king d7. Is there a perpetual? I have no idea. Looks crazy. I'll just mute for 1 second. Give me a second. Been told the camera is not working at the moment, so we will have to watch this game without camera. Sorry about that, but 97 is on the board as predicted. He sacrifices. It's very exciting. Is it a draw? Is it not? I don't think it's a draw. Queen takes b7 has to be played. Otherwise, you just way too much material down. Queen takes b7. King d7. What's your idea, Alexander Grishuk? Bishop c6 check, perhaps. Both down to less than 2 minutes. This game is definitely starting to heat up. He's thinking like Alexander Grishuk. And Lenier Dominguez is trying his best to win his game as well. And Corey is actually a pawn up against Benjamin Book. I'm not sure how that happened, but I don't think we have to follow this game. It's the biggest, I mean, it's just fire everywhere. It's the most important game of the round. Bishop c6, as I said. King goes to e6. Wow. Takes on c7 maybe. Is that too crazy? The king is, wow. He's just gonna walk the king to f6 and back to g7. He's a crazy man, Mr. Alexander Bortnik. e4 is on the board. That's crazy. e4 threatening the knight. Knight has to go to d6. What are you gonna do? Queen takes c7 maybe. This is going to be one hell of an end to this game. Remember to stay tuned. e4. You have to move your knight, I think. Knight has to go to d6 or e7. Maybe e7. Or maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he does something else. I think he has to move his knight. Those two bishops are enormous. They might even be as good as the two rooks. This is gonna be one hell of a time scramble. Everything can happen. 97 is on the board, threatening to take the bishop. Will you take on e8? Will you take on a6? Will you take on c7? So many possibilities. Will you go bishop a4? Keep the bishop on the board. Or go bishop takes e8. Being a rook down, but you have 100 pawns for the rooks. Is it enough? Is it not enough? That remains to be seen. Bishop takes e6. Sorry, bishop takes e8 should be played. Followed by queen takes c7. Or maybe not. Maybe he needs his bishop. Bishop f4 is a possibility. I have no clue. Down to 40 seconds. Alexander Grishuk. Down to 40 seconds. 97 on the board from Alexander Bortnik. 57 seconds. Bishop a4, as I mentioned, keeping the bishop. Those bishops are monsters. I think he should run with the king. King f6. Get yourself to safety. Your king needs to go to g7. King f6 on the board, as predicted. He will start eating some pawns. Queen takes c7, perhaps. Bishop f4, I don't know. e5 check. So many tempting moves. e5 check, king g7, bishop g5. Take on c7. Grishuk down to 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Bortnik, 50 seconds. We have to pay attention to this game. We have to pay attention to this game. King f6, 5, 4, 3. Queen a6, c6 on the board. Very interesting. I thought rook d6 was the move, but then was probably e5 check following. c6. Can you take another pawn? Bishop takes c6. Is it possible? Queen c4 on the board. King g7. King g7. Get your king to safety. King g7. 13 seconds, Alexander Grishuk. Anything can happen here. 40 seconds for Alexander Bortnik. Get your king to safety. Get your king to g8. Maybe bring your queen to the game. Queen g4. Queen g4. King goes back to g7. Background is real. Yes, background is real. a6. Wow, he wants to make a new queen. I don't think that's the thing. f6, good move. No more checks. King is safe on g7. And you threaten to change the queens. Queen c5 on the board. This king still got, there's so many pawns. Can you take on d3? Can you take the free pawn? He takes on d3. Important. Now the e4 pawn is weak. Queen e6 is a threat. Queen e6 on the board. Let's see queen e6. Let's see a8 queen is a threat. Queen e6. Queen e6. Queen e6 maybe. Queen e6 maybe queen h5. Maybe queen h5. No, queen h5 is not enough. Bishop c2. Rook should go to d7. Rook is going to d7. Still a mess. I think Bortnik is taking this. Bortnik should be better. Queen, bishop f4. Wow, his idea is bishop b8. What a beautiful threat. Bishop b8 is a big, big threat. Maybe rook b7 he has to go. Rook b7. Rook a8. He gets ready to sacrifice his rook. Bishop b8, I expect. Bishop b8, maybe knight c8. Maybe knight c8. Queen h5 is in the also possible. Bishop b8 on the board. Knight c8. Will we see knight c8? Will we see knight c8? Rook b7 is there. I think he wants to take on b8. If he takes on b8, game is over. Grishuk knows. Rook takes b8, game is over. e5. Rook takes b8, game is over. It's over. Rook takes b8, it's over. Grishuk is gonna lose this game. Bortnik is taking this for sure. Rook takes b8, game is over. Game is over. 10 seconds for Alexander Grishuk. Has he resigned? Has he not? I think he has. No chances. Still playing. Rook takes b8. This is two little pieces. No pieces for Alexander Grishuk. No more checks. It's a full rook. Full rook. Grishuk desperate, goes b4. It's not enough. Rook b5 is gonna come. Knight d5 is gonna come. Knight d5, game over. Knight d5. Knight d5 follow is actually queen a7. Rook b5 maybe. Rook d8. Rook b5. Now he can play knight d5. Knight d5, there's queen g4 check. Still some checks, he should be careful. Bortnik should just calm down and he will win this. Maybe he should just go h5. Prevent the only check in the position. No more checks after h5. Wow, he plays h5. Amazing. Maybe I should have played. h5 is on the board. No more checks. Now knight d5 is coming, whatever you do. Knight d5. Knight d5 is game over. Knight d5. Knight d5, king b3. Knight d5, king b3, knight e3, then it's all over. Will he see this? Knight d5, king b3, knight e3 is game over. Knight d5, threatening rook takes b4, king b3 on the move, followed by knight e3, game over. Alexander Grishuk is going to resign the game. He is going to resign the game. I think he resigned, the clock stopped. Alexander Bortnik takes the win up to 2.5 out of 3. Wow, amazing. Continuing up the board on its way to 1 Bitcoin, which is the first prize in this tournament. Let's see how the others are doing. Let's go quickly to Jorge Corey against Benjamin Bock. They're also in a time scramble. Who is pushing? Definitely Jorge Corey. He has a pass pawn, similar to the game between Bortnik and Lenier Dominguez from round 1. Will Corey be able to convert this one? Looks very, very difficult. Rook d2, bishop gonna go back to f5. Keep an eye on the c2 pawn. Benjamin Bock looks very confident. Who won the tournament? The tournament is still playing. This is the finals, so we don't know, but Bortnik is in the lead. He was sharing the first with Benjamin Bock before this round. Benjamin Bock is not gonna win his game, so Bortnik is going to be in the sole lead after 3 rounds. And it's gonna be 10 rounds in total, 5 games today and 5 games tomorrow. Bishop f8. Will Corey be able to find his way around? Where is the bishop going? Is it going to h6 to f4 or h6 to e3? Very hard to make any sort of progress when black is eyeing the c2 pawn. This is the Bitcoin Chess 960 Championship played here in Honduras, in Roatan. Let's see if we can have a look at the Lenier Dominguez. I see there's a lot of things happening there as well. We don't have the camera. I see he's a piece up, Dominguez is a piece up, but King is a bit vulnerable. And the pawn on h4, oh wow. Is he playing for a win, Mr. David Anton? Queen f5, he could have taken on h4, that's a pawn. Queen f5, eyeing the pawn on d3, king c3 looked natural. But then followed maybe queen e5. This is not easy. Queen a5. Queen a5. But why not queen takes d3? Queen takes d3. What happens after queen takes d3? Is he just gonna take the perpetual? Queen d8, king a7, queen a5. That's a good result. It might be a draw. I think they have to make a draw. Lenier Dominguez have to make a draw. There's no way to protect his bishops. This is way too dangerous. He's getting checkmated. So queen d8, queen a5 is gonna be a draw. It's going to be a draw. Queen d8 check. Yeah, he has to make a draw. There's no way to protect his pieces. Draw is on the board. Let's go to Jorge against Benjamin Bock. Is there any progress? Looks like it's going to be the same as Bortnik against Grishuk in round number 1. They exchanged the b pawn against the c pawn. That makes it much more difficult for white to win, and I think after rook e4 I think there's no chances at all for Corey to trick Benjamin Bock, and I think this is going to be a draw. Sasha won, but it was Sasha against Sasha, but Sasha Bortnik won the game against Sasha Grishuk. With the rook on e4, bishop on e6, there's no way to get the e-pawn moving, and even here you can almost see that it's kind of black who's pushing now, so I don't think there will be any chances. He can go h4, just exchange more pieces. Now I guess bishop f5 will be on the board. I'm expecting some kind of repetition. King b2, bishop's gonna go back to e6, or just stay, or just king c5. Many ways, but I guess bishop e6 is the easiest way. No way to progress for any of the players. I did play Mr. Erland. I played, but I was eliminated 2 days ago in the double elimination round, unfortunately. And this is the final. Top 6 from the double elimination went through to the finals, and these are our 6 contenders. So I'm here commentating for you guys with a beautiful view here in Honduras. Bishop e6 is on the board. Corey knows he's not gonna win this game, but he's obviously trying to look for one last chance, but unfortunately there is no chance. How I would play against this with white, against a much lower rated player, I would definitely try for some tricks and just play the moves with high confidence. I think that's the only way, because the game is just easily drawn, and here we have it's draw on the board. players have agreed to make a draw. And yes, I have been able to enjoy the beach. I've been at the beach for most of the 3 days. But nightlife, I don't know how it is. So that was the end of round 3. There was a draw between David Anton and Lenier Dominguez, draw between Benjamin Bock and Jorge Corey, and Alexander Bortnik. He beat Alexander Grishuk in the solo lead with 2.5 points. So now we're gonna have a small break, and next game will be at 3:30 p.m. local time, which is in approximately 20 minutes. So I will see you all then. Take care. see. And we are back for round 4 of the Bitcoin Chess 960 Championship. Round has already started. We tried to fix the cameras on scene for those who were down there, but unfortunately 2 of the cameras are currently not working, but they're working on it, so let's see if it will come back online during the game. But for now there's just one camera working, and that's the game between Benjamin Bock with the white pieces and Alexander Grishuk with the black pieces. But I think that we should start with our sole leader, Alexander Bortnik, and he's actually playing the player who is on the bottom, David Anton Guijaro. Alexander Bortnik, big confidence playing with the black pieces against David Anton Guijaro. And this game will actually be very interesting because we have this situation where Bortnik is first, so he's happy with his result. He's probably happy with the draw, but for David Anton to fight for the top 3 prizes, he will kind of have to start winning now. He made a draw in round 3 and he lost round 1 and 2, so this might be another good chance for Bortnik to just sit and wait for David Anton to push and maybe over push and give chances to Bortnik. So Bortnik might just copy his moves and play quickly and then see what David Anton does, and perhaps he might spend a lot of time. So this is another very, very interesting matchup, and Bortnik has had an excellent start to this event, and he's now on 2.5 points out of 3. Sole leader here, playing against David Anton on half a point. Unfortunately, there's no camera on this one, but we have a new overview, and that's this one where you can see all the games at the same time, which might be interesting when it comes, I guess, to the build game where we don't really know where to look. So it's a better overview, and we can see that we have 2 relatively similar positions, and that's board number 1 and board number 3. And also board number 2 between Benjamin Bock and Alexander Grishuk is also not too similar, but they're both, basically all of them are fighting for the center with e4 on 2 boards and d4 on 1 board. So let's go more into detail on the other games. Let's go to board 2, which is the game between Benjamin Bock with the white pieces against Alexander Grishuk. Benjamin Bock has 2 points, and Grishuk is on 1 point after losing against Bortnik. So he is really interested in winning this game, and also if he wins this game, he catches Benjamin Bock. So this is another important game. Feels like all of the games are very important, but especially this one. It's very important for Grishuk to win this one. Otherwise, he will fall very far behind. Like Bortnik is running from the field, and Bock is playing very solid. He's on 2 points. Not losing any games, hard to beat, playing good chess for now, calm, collected, cool. Like he's spending a lot of time, but when it comes to time trouble, he's solving the situation in a very good way, very practical and good way. So let's see how Benjamin Bock wants to play this game. Does he want to go for chances? I guess if I was Benjamin Bock, I would probably try to play very solid, because I think Grishuk might try to be a bit offensive and take some risks, because I think he needs to win this game, and I think Benjamin Bock should take advantage of this. So for now, relatively standard opening. Interesting locations for the pieces. King and queen besides each other. Queen a bit stuck in the corner on b1, king on c1, and then we have these strangely placed bishops on d1, e1. And you can see for both colors that the bishop on e1 and e8 are already pretty stuck. But just with 2 moves, they're out. Bishop d2, bishop g5, it's already in place, so it's not the end of the world at the moment. Let's see what happens on board 3. There's no camera there, so you will have to see my face, unfortunately. Just a few moves. Move 3, c3, both players taking their time. Lenier Dominguez, he has just made a bunch of draws, 3 draws, very, very solid player. So he's neither happy or unhappy, I guess, but I think he really, really, really wants to have a win now so he can fight for the top prizes. And I'm looking at my view, looking at my camera, I see the amazing view as I mentioned previously, and now I also have this very nice thing. I have a fresh coconut from the tree outside, so this is excellent style, excellent Caribbean style. Tastes amazing. Gives me some good energy to commentate these games. So, not too much happening in this game so far. Easy development for both colors. Knight f6 from Jorge Corey, both have spent 5 minutes. I'm expecting the knight to go to g3 now, protecting the pawn on e4, and possibly going d4 at a later stage, or even d4 now if he's interested in being very ambitious, Mr. Lenier Dominguez. And let's actually go through our overview of all the boards. I think it's nice to have an overview in the beginning just to see what happens, because in many of the games they tend to spend a lot of time in the opening, so not so much happening. So let's just stay at all 3 boards at the same time. Just let me know if you have some suggestions to move, or if you want to go to any particular game, and then we will go and check. We do see that Lenier Dominguez did indeed go for the move d4. We have a typical, as you call the perk defense, spirits defense, whatever you like to say it, with this typical structure from black, which is d6, e5, and a knight on f6. And if you want to continue in the same style, it's usually the knight on f8 to d7. But I mean, it's not exactly a similar position, but it's definitely a so-called Pirc system. But I guess the knight will go to g6, not to d7. But I like white's position for now. It's much more active. I like the space. It's much more open. And let's say even the bishop on d8 is a bit closed down. So I definitely like the start here for Lenier Dominguez, who is trying to win his game against Jorge Corey. Jorge Corey is a very interesting playing style. He's playing fast and he's playing very aggressively, sometimes sacrificing pieces, and his opponent, they are a bit scared to accept his sacrifice because they basically believe in his calculation. But we did see in the previous game that it was actually a bluff against Benjamin Bock, but Benjamin Bock was so low on time that he wasn't able to take advantage of his big advantage, and the game ended in a draw. So we do see that their players are taking their time. Let's see what's going on with David Anton against Bortnik. I would probably again say that that's our game number 1, because Bortnik is in the lead with the amazing score of 2.5 points, and he's probably looking to win this game as well. I do think that David Anton has the best start in this opening so far. I think it looks a bit passive for Bortnik. Knight e7, knight e6. For me, it looks like a move like d4 now. Looks very strong from the white side, threatening to even push it further to d5. So possibly Bortnik has to be a bit careful already. But obviously he's not lost or anything like that. So it's still gonna be a very long game. Let's have a look at the one camera that is actually working, which is the game between Benjamin Bock and Alexander Grischuk. And again, we see Benjamin Bock spending a lot of time. He's already down to 16 minutes after only making 3 moves. This is his 4th move, and he has already spent 10 minutes, while Grischuk has only spent around 3 minutes himself. So advantage to Grischuk in this way, but we've seen Benjamin Bock every single game. He's spending a lot of time, and then he actually prevails and wins quite a few games. So no reason to be nervous on his behalf at the moment. But again, it's only 3 moves, so you would kind of expect that he would play a bit faster, but there are some big choices to be made. Should he go g3 Should he go knight g3? Should he go bishop d2, e3, a4? So many opportunities. It's very hard. Where do you want to place your king? Do you want to have your king on the king side, the queen side? So let's see. Maybe knight g3 is my preferred move here. Or bishop d2. Probably knight g3. Knight g3 is so natural. You're developing a piece. I believe it belongs on g3. If it goes to e3, it's just standing in the way of the e-pawn. So I don't think that's the best way. So I expect knight g3 here from Benjamin Bock. What is my favorite opening? Well, I have many favorite openings. I like a lot of gambits, to be honest. I grew up with the Danish gambit. If someone knows what the Danish gambit is, it's a gambit against the Ruy Lopez. That's one of my favorite openings, to be honest. Definitely something I recommend. Bishop c2 played by Benjamin Bock after a long think. Very natural move, pointing towards the h7 pawn, also blocking his queen out from the game. So let's see if that causes any issues in the long run. But for now, he goes up, grabs his water, looking at, no, actually his gum. Taking a gum, getting that fresh mint in his breath. Let's see what happens in the other games. Let me see if there's some action here. Actually, I think we should go back to Bortnik against David. Let's see. Oops. Here it is. Bortnik just played knight c5. Threatening the bishop on b3, so he wants to capture the bishop and have the bishop pair, which is obviously very good in the long run, and David Anton doesn't really care. He wants him to take on b3 so he can take back with the a pawn and have a very strong rook on a1 pointing towards the a7 pawn, and also making it a bit more difficult for black to go long castles in the long run. So d3, I don't think Bortnik will take on b3. There's no rush. He can take whenever he wants. I think like a move like a5 might be a strong move. a5 threatening to go a4. So after a5, I think white has to maybe go a4 himself, or go queen e2 and retreat his bishop to c2, but I don't think that's the way. So I think a5 here by Bortnik is a very strong move indeed. And I'm a bit curious why David Anton chose to play d3 instead of d4, which looks a bit more active. But let's see what happens. d3 is on the board. I'm expecting a5 by Alexander Bortnik. Let's see. Let me just check if there's a camera. This camera is not up and running, unfortunately. Let's see if it will be worked with during the round. But d3 is on the board. Oh, we have the camera. Let's see the camera. Camera is here. Here is David Anton with the white pieces against Bortnik, both looking very comfortable. Alexander with his well-renowned coffee cup. He likes his coffee. That's one thing I definitely learned about Bortnik during our stay here in Honduras. He really, really likes his coffee. And this is for sure not his first cup of the day. Probably 6th or 7th. So that's very good. We have the camera on our main game of the round. Let me see if we have... Yeah, okay. So we're missing the camera for Linier Dominguez against Jorge Correa, but they're probably working on it. So now we have 2 cameras out of the 3 cameras, which is very good progress. d3 is still thinking, Alexander. Looking up in the sky, like Hikaru. Does he see something? Does he get any signs? No, looking back at the board. Is he thinking about bishop c7, moving his other bishop and then short castles, or a5? Now he's taking a sip of his coffee. Let's go to another game. Let's go to board number 2. which is a game between Benjamin Bock and Alexander Grishuk. Here we have an interesting setup. It's like a so-called triangle setup, where you have a pawn in the center and it's well defended by two other pawns on each side, c6 and e6. Very, very solid structure. But there's also a downside, and that's the bishop on e8, which has no future at the moment. So e6 feels a bit passive from Alexander Grishuk. But again, I'm noticing one thing here, and that's the clock. Benjamin Bock down to 11 minutes. He's almost down to less than 10 minutes. This is scary. I would not feel comfortable with such time management, but we've seen him doing this every game, so I guess he has everything under control. But I'm pretty sure Grishuk is very happy to see this. And maybe that's the reason why he goes e6, to have a very, very long game, so he can take advantage of Benjamin Bock being low on time in the end. So I think this is going to be a very interesting game. Also one of the most important games of this round, as Benjamin Bock is on second place and Grishuk needs to go back and win. We have interesting development in the game of our good friend Alexander Bortnik, who actually decides to take on b3. I really didn't think he was in a hurry to take on b3, but he might want to go d5 quickly. Let's say a takes b3 here. Maybe he wants to go d5, and that's why he wanted to take on b3 immediately. So now there's a choice for David Anton. Do you take with the pawn, which is what I assume he wanted, but then you're allowing d5? Or do you take with the queen, preventing d5, but you don't have an open file on the a-line? That's a big question. I would probably take with the a-pawn, because it's nice to have a strong rook in an open file. And d5, it's not such a big issue. He gets the nice center, but you just continue developing, bishop d2, and you go short castle, and you should be having a nice position. Let's have a look at the I'm looking at the Benjamin Bock game. I'll show the Benjamin Bock game, and the moves there are quite strange. Knight f1 to d2. I always wanted it to have it on g3. I'm not sure why it didn't go to g3, but the one goes to d2, blocking the bishop on e1. Obviously wanting to go e4, which is a good idea. And now bishop to e7. Also very strange looking move, but Grishuk is not spending time at all. Bishop e7. Why does he go bishop e7? Obviously he wants to go c5 at some point. But bishop e7 feels a bit strange. I will play e4 in a heartbeat here. e4. Just taking control in the center. Which also makes sense with going knight f to d2. Knight f1 to d2. Because the knight is not really doing anything else than having the idea of going e4. And I do see we have some development in the top board of this round. David Anton with white pieces against Alexander Bortnik. A takes b3 is on the board, as expected. And now let's see if Bortnik wanted to go d5. And I think that was the only reason to take on b3 in such a hurry. Otherwise, I would probably consider going a5 or something similar to this. Let's see if he goes d5. d5 is, in fact, on the board. So that was his idea, to go knight takes b3 so quickly. d5. David Anton, I'm expecting him to just go bishop d2, normal development, and then short castles. Bishop d2, maybe bishop h5 is an idea that might be a bit annoying, threatening to take that knight on f3 and doubling up the pawns. So, wow, g4 by David Anton, that's very ambitious. And also might be very weakening, but he was probably scared of Bortnik going f5 at some point. But g4, that's very interesting. You are asking him to go h5 at some point. But now I think Bortnik should just develop. Bishop b6 is on the board. I think Bortnik should go long castles. It's more safe than going short castles. Bishop d2 is now on the board. I'm expecting queen to move to d6 or c7. Yep, I expect that to happen. Maybe he'll have a think here. Both players having 14 minutes. Let's see what's up with Bock. He was quite short on time earlier. Let's see what's happening there. We do have the camera on those guys, so let's see. I see Benjamin is below 10 minutes. Alexander Grishuk is on 17.5 minutes. Benjamin Bock just played knight e5, so still he didn't play e4. Maybe he goes knight e5 with the idea of going f3 and then e4. That also makes a lot of sense. Knight e5 on the board. And if black goes bishop d6 or knight d7, maybe he wants to go f4 and have like this kind of structure, f4, e3, and maybe push g4 at some point. Let's have a full overview of the board. We do see that Bortnik did, in matter of fact, play queen d6, and actually I forgot to show you. Here it is. He did play queen d6, and David played very quickly c4, trying to open up in the center immediately. Interesting choice. What will Alexander do here? Maybe long castles is interesting. After long castles, there's actually c takes d5, so that's not possible. c4, interesting move by David Anton. Bortnik had problems against David in the rapid game. Are you talking about in the freestyle chess or in general in normal rapid game? He did have some trouble against him in the King of the Hill tournaments, which was also freestyle. So maybe he feels a bit uncomfortable playing David Anton. What's the status? Well, Bortnik is in the lead with 2.5 points out of 3, so he's doing very well. He's now playing against David Anton, who is on last place with half a point, so good chances for Bortnik to get another win. But obviously, David Anton is an excellent player, so he's not gonna go down that easily. He played the move c4, asking some questions. He has an immediate threat of c takes d5, which Bortnik has to solve, and it's not that easy to see how he can reply to this. You don't really want to go d4, closing down your own bishop. d4, David will probably jump with his knight up to f5 and have a nice position. So, wow, bishop f7. So this is very interesting. He's sacrificing a pawn. David Anton can go c takes d5 now. And Bortnik is not allowed to go back c takes d5 because of the pin. So I think after c takes d5, I think Bortnik is going to go short castles and say that he has huge initiative and compensation for that pawn. And I think he's right. I think he is absolutely right. So I don't think David Anton should go c takes d5. We see Bortnik spent a lot of time, down to 12 minutes. Let's jump to this game again. Benjamin Bock. After 95, knight g6 is on the board. Benjamin Bock is known for taking his time. And this is an important decision. Knight g6, not allowing you to protect your knight with f4. So do you want to retreat your knight to d3, or do you want to defend your knight with going the other knight from d2 to f3? He does not want to take on g6 because that's open to file from h8 down to h1 for the black rook. Which place we're fighting for? We are definitely fighting for first place if you're looking from Bortnik's view. Alexander Bortnik is in the lead with 2.5 points, fighting for that first prize of 1 Bitcoin. Knight d2 to f3 is on the board from Benjamin Bock. That was a quick decision. That's very important as he's getting lower on the time. Let's move to the game that we haven't watched too much yet, and that's the game between Lenier Dominguez and Jorge Corey, and we actually have the camera here as well, so now we have all 3 cameras working. That's excellent work. Short castle by Lenier Dominguez, 12 minutes and 47 seconds against Jorge Corey's 11 minutes. And Jorge's position looks a bit cramped. Queen is on b7, not really pointing towards anything. And Corey has already moved his knight. His kingside, sorry, not the knight, but the rook. His kingside rook is on f8. He's already moved due to knight g5 threatening the pawn on f7. So he's not able to go kingside castle, and that's very, very problematic because his king is definitely not safe on the queen side. So I think already there's a huge advantage for Lenier Dominguez positionally speaking. Good chances for Lenier to take his first win of the tournament, and he's also up on time, so this is definitely, I would say, that Lenier Dominguez is favorite to win this game now. And there's been no more moves in the David Anton and Bortnik game. We do have a move in the Benjamin Bock Alexander Grishuk, and seems like Grishuk now has decided to start playing rapidly. He's making a lot of quick moves now to kind of pressure Benjamin Bock on the clock. He's down to 6.5 minutes, starting to get very, very low on time here. Bishop d6, threatening to win a pawn. And you don't want to go knight takes g6, and you don't want to retreat knight d3, so this is a big question, and there's no other way to really protect your knight. You don't really have any other possibilities than taking on g6 or retreating. You can obviously sacrifice the pawn, but there's no compensation there, I have to say. So it will be exciting to see what he chooses. It's hard to say, but I feel like Grishuk is now in the game. I think he might be slightly better. He takes on g6, yes. I don't like where this is going for Benjamin Bock here. Amazing rook on h8, pointing down towards that weak pawn on h2, and this file will always be open. Queen is very, very stuck on b1. Bishop on e1 is not doing its work. Bishop on d6 is excellent for Grishuk. Knight on f6 has a great future, but the bishop on e8 is the problem for black here. But I think Grishuk is slightly better. He's up on time, and Benjamin Bock is under pressure. We can just have a look at how the players look. You can see here that Grishuk is looking very, very focused. He knows that this is his chance to get back. He has only 1 point out of the 3 games, and he's probably a bit disappointed. So he sees the possibility of getting back now. He has a better position. He's up almost 10 minutes, which is quite crucial. Let's go back to our main game of the round. And there has been no moves. Bishop f7 was played by Bortnik, and there's been no moves. David Anton completely freezes, down to 9 minutes, scratching his head, don't know what to do. He wanted to go c takes d5, but then realized that this creates a lot of initiative and compensation for Bortnik, and then he doesn't really see what else he can do. He knows that his king cannot be on c1 forever, but he doesn't want to go long castle, and he doesn't want to go king castle. So what does he do? His knight on e3 is a bit stuck. If it moves, the bishop on the pawn on f2 will be hanging from the bishop on b6. Again, Bortnik is having good chances. Can Bortnik win another game and go to 3.5 out of 4 games? That would be incredible. Looks very satisfied, I think, Bortnik. Just enjoying the moment. David Anton knows that he has to start getting points. But is this the time to push for a win? I don't think so. Bortnik is a dangerous player, so don't take too much risk scratching his head. He's not sure. He doesn't like his position here, David Anton. He regrets his decisions. He's been thinking now for 5 minutes, I think, down to 7:40. Wow, this will be exciting. Let's see if he will make a move. Will he end up taking on d5 or will he do something else? C takes d5. Might be his only option because he has knight c4 idea. C takes d5 is on the board. We just saw it. Doesn't look too satisfied with the move. But C takes d5 is on the board. Let's see what Alexander did plan, or is he also bluffing? Will he go long castle or short castle? Both castling leads to knight c4. And I don't think you can stop it. Knight c4 will land on the board. Unless you are super smart and make a move like queen c5, but that looks a bit too much. So I'm expecting a castle, but which way? I think Bortnik will have a think in his position, for sure. It's a very important decision, and let's see, has Benjamin Bock made a move? Yes, he has made a move. He went bishop to d2. Am I seeing this right? He has only 3 minutes and 51 seconds. Wow. He's very, very low on time. Looking out. Wondering if he made the correct choices. Chewing gum. That's a sign of being nervous. Bishop d2 on the board. I think he wants to go h3 and then short castle, and then he will be all safe. And then at some point he will break open the center with e4. I think the situation is not as bad as I thought immediately. Bishop d2 on the board. Bobby Fischer, he would probably go bishop takes h2, as we all know. Famous game against Boris Spassky. Bishop takes h2 will lead to disaster. Not recommended. So, Sasha Grishuk will probably take his time here. He's up on time. 12 minutes and 40 seconds against 3 minutes and 50 seconds. He should probably take a few minutes to understand where he wants to go with the position, where he wants to put the pieces, and so on. Let's have a look at Lenier Dominguez against Jorge Corey. What has happened there? c6. We spoke about this position previously, and the problem for Corey is that his king cannot really go to any safe squares because his rook on the king side has already moved. So his king is stuck on c8 for now. He goes c6, trying to open the center. Not sure if that's the correct way to play when you're being under attack. c6. I would even considering moves like a4 and also c4. Probably c4 looks very interesting. c4, b takes c4, knight takes c4. Looks already very dangerous. Yes, c4 is a very serious move here. Lenier Dominguez 10.5 minutes against Jorge Corey's 5 minutes, and he actually goes for a walk. Jorge Corey stands up from the board. Very confident Peruvian player. Trying to make his opponent Lenier Dominguez nervous. Let me have a look at the other boards. We do have a move from Mr. Bortnik. We will go there now and see how the situation is. He did take the knight on e3 and he went for short castle. Is that the correct way to go? Aren't you allowing bishop c5 now, Mr. Bortnik? Bishop c5 looks like a good idea. But again, I don't really see where white should put their king. You cannot really go short castle because your king side is very weak because you went g4. And if you go long castle, which might even be the safest, I don't like the way the bishop on f7 is just looking towards that b3 pawn. So I don't know where the king should go. But for now, I think moves like queen c5 and bishop c5 looks very tempting. Bishop c5, queen has to go to d7. You're actually threatening to take on g4 then, so that's, yeah, that's true. But white can definitely not allow c takes d5. That would be horrible. That would lead to a very, very good position for black here. So let's see what he does. Bishop c5 or queen c5? Queen c5, I guess queen d7, threatening the pawn on g4. So I don't think that's the best move. So I'm probably expecting bishop c5 in this position. Let's give him a think. Oh, David Anton is down to less than 5 minutes. So Bortnik has 9:38. So this one is gonna be a crucial. I rigged my 12K. I don't know what you're writing. Do bell cues. Maybe I'm missing something. Let's give him some time. David Anton, only 4 minutes. It's a huge choice to make here. Let's see if we have. I'm very interested in this game actually between Benjamin Bock and Alexander Grischuk. Mostly because of the time management. Look at Benjamin Bock, he's down to 2 minutes. He's down to 2 minutes. c5 on the board. Bishop d2, c5. I don't think you want to take on c5, because then bishop takes c5 comes and is threatening on f2. And you don't really want to go e3, because then you're blocking your bishop on d2, but maybe you don't have any choice. I would probably go h3. I would most likely go h3, because then I can go short castle in the next move. h3 is on the board, well predicted. h3 is on the board. Let's turn our focus back to the main game of the round. Anton David against Alexander Bortnik. He went d takes c6. Wow, he is crazy. Now, it's a very interesting choice. Bortnik has the possibility of actually sacrificing his exchange by going knight takes c6, bishop c5, queen d7, bishop takes f8, rook takes f8. He's down the material bit. He has huge compensation, and I think he's gonna go for it. He can obviously go b takes c6, but I think Bortnik, he knows the situation. He's gonna go knight c6. He sees the big opportunity. Knight takes c6, giving up the exchange. Bishop c5, queen d7, bishop takes f8, rook takes f8. Knight b4 is a threat. Queen takes g4 is a threat. Bishop on f7 is a monster. I think he's gonna go for it. I think he's going to go for it. Let's see what Bortnik does. And he knows David Anton with 4 minutes. Knight takes c6 is on the board. He goes for it. Bortnik goes for the sacrifice. What a player. This is amazing. Let's see. Here we have the board. Knight takes c6, bishop c5. He has to go for it. He has to go bishop c5. Otherwise, you're just dead position lost. Bishop c5, queen d7, bishop f8, rook f8. You're down the exchange, but you have a massive compensation. You have such an initiative, threatening everything. King has nowhere to go. Excellent position for Bortnik. I think he might go on to win another game. And he's in a beautiful position after 4 rounds. Knight takes c6. Let's see how David Anton is looking. Let's see his face. He knows that he can win the exchange. He knows it's probably the correct decision, but he knows how ugly his position becomes after taking the exchange. Looks very comfortable, Bortnik. Exactly the positions that he loves. Exactly the positions. He's playing with initiative, up on the clock, being confident. David Anton with 2 losses in the first 2 rounds and then a draw. Maybe not as confident. Short castle is possible, but then you're just positionally worse. Then you can go rook fd8, targeting the d3 pawn. Knight b4 can come. Queen d7. This looks horrible for black. Sorry, white. I think he has no choice but to just try to do something with the exchange. Bishop c5. He's just positionally lost if he doesn't go bishop c5. This is a horrible position. He goes for bishop c5. He had no other choice. Queen to d7. He has to take on f8. Rook takes f8. And then he has to find some miracle. This looks horrible. This looks dead lost for white. Bortnik definitely in the driver's seat here. 2 minutes for David Anton. 2 minutes. Will he take the rook? He has to take the rook. Rook fc8 is a huge threat. He cannot allow it. He has to take on f8. Such a great position for Alexander Bortnik. Look how confident he looks. He doesn't even look at the board. Bishop takes f8. Rook takes f8. Gonna come immediately. It's on the board. It's on the board. I do see Lenier Dominguez Jorge Cor is getting more interesting, but we have to stay here. We have to stay at the main game. Alexander Bortnik against David Anton. David Anton down to 1.5 minutes. With such a horrible position. Can he survive? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. How will he deal with this threat? Knight b4 is such a huge threat. Queen takes g4. Everything is hanging. I have to take a sip of water now. Shouting too much. Let's see now. Looks very, very uncomfortable here, David Anton. He knows he's losing. He knows that all his pieces are not working together. He knows that all his choices leads to death. Will he protect his g4 pawn or will he protect his d3 pawn? I think knight b4 is a massive threat. He cannot forget about. Will he go queen c3? Maybe queen c3, but then queen g4. And then when the knight moves, there's knight d4. This looks horrible. What's my rating? My rating is 2660. King goes to b1. King goes to b1. I would just take on g4. I would just take on g4. Knight b4 is probably also winning. Maybe rook c8 even. I'll just take on g4. I'll just take on g4. And if the knight moves, I can go knight to d4. And that looks absolutely crushing. Take on g4, Alexander Bortnik. David Anton only down to 42 seconds. Only down to 42 seconds. Alexander Bortnik, 8 minutes. And he wants to keep up the pressure. I don't think he's going to think for too long. There's 2 moves. Queen g4 or knight b4. Which of them? Which will he choose? He takes on g4 as predicted. Knight d2. Oof, this looks horrible. Knight d4 is going to come. Knight d4. He doesn't even need the compensation. He can just go queen g2 even, just picking up all the pawns. Rook c8 is on the board. Or rook d8. Rook d8, good move, threatening knight to b4, threatening queen e2, threatening everything. Knight to c4, you can just cement your knight on d4. It will never be moved. Knight b4 is a good move, queen g2 is a good move. Every move is a good move. Let's see what Mr. Bortnik chooses. Queen f3 is a good move. Queen f3, rook d1, knight b4 is winning. Queen f3 might be game over. Will he go queen f3? Yes, he goes queen f3. Don't worry, there's no microphone in his ear. He's not listening to me. Don't worry. Rook d1, knight b4, game over. Rook c1, knight b4, game over. Everything is game over. Bortnik is gonna win. Down to 30 seconds for David Anton. He knows he's losing. He has no more resources left. Absolutely nothing. He might just resign any minute now. He knows. 10 seconds. Ooh, queen d1. You can just take on f2. Takes f2. Rook f1. Take h2. Everything is dropping. Rook on a1 is stuck, king is stuck, everything is stuck. Knight b4 is coming. He will resign any minute now. Queen. What happened? Queen d2 is on the board. He can just take it and then take on d2 if he wants. Sorry, on d3. I think Bortnik is gonna take on d2. He might just go queen f3 as well. He has so many opportunities. But queen takes d2 is also simple. Queen f3, queen d1 back, I guess. Maybe queen h3. Keeping the pressure on the d3 pawn. Queen h3 is gonna go queen f1, I guess. It's just gonna keep chasing that queen. Maybe you should just go for the queen trade. So just let me have a glance at the other boards. I see Dominguez. Corey looks very equal. I think he lost his advantage. Good defense by Corey. We will go there in a minute. We have to stay here. Queen h3, queen f1 is expected. Queen f1 is on the board. Time to trade queens shortly, Mr. Bortnik. Or you can just go queen h4. Keep your queen on the board. Still having ideas of knight to b4. Makes sense to not trade the queens when David Anton is only down to 27 seconds. Bring your queen back to e6, d7, or even put it on h4. Maybe queen h4 is the best. Queen h4 is gonna go queen e1. He's going to follow your queen. Maybe just take that queen. Take on f1, take on d3. Position is going to collapse. Time to trade queens. What did he play? He played rook takes d3, another way to trade queens. Queen h3, rook h. Everything is gonna fall. h2 pawn is gonna fall. e4 pawn is gonna fall. Knight a5 on the board. I think you don't care about this one. Maybe bishop g6 is a good move. Let's see what he plays. Bishop g6 is on the board. Rook e1. And I don't think you should change queens, knights. I think you should play something like knight b4 or knight d4. Play for the initiative. He can always take on a5 and go a6. Still completely winning. But I think Alexander wants more. I think he's considering knight b4. Knight b4, knight takes b7, knight d3. Knight d4, knight takes b7, rook h2. Yes, knight takes b7. He has to play it. He has to get his rook active. Knight takes b7, only move. Knight takes b7. Knight takes b7 runs into knight f3. Knight takes b7 is not possible. Due to knight f3, rook e2, bishop takes e4, game over. He sees this. Not possible. Rook a4. Rook a4. b5. Let's see where the rook goes. Rook goes to b4. Rook a goes to a3. And Alexander just takes knight h3. Yes, this is game over. Knight c2 is a huge threat. I think David is going to resign any moment now. Maybe even here. I think he's going to resign. This is game over. He's going to resign. No chance. Let's see the handshake. He plays on rook a2. Oh, that's beautiful. Bishop takes e4, check by Alexander Bortnik, and there's a resignation. Rook takes e4, there's rook h1, checkmate. Let's see what's on the other board. Alexander Bortnik moves up to 3.5 out of 4. That's an amazing score. With a beautiful checkmate. Let's see what happens in Benjamin Bock against Alexander Grishuk. Benjamin Bock down to only 16 seconds. Grishuk down to 2 minutes. And Grishuk is better. Grishuk is pushing. Grishuk is much better. Grishuk is going to win this game. He's better on the board. He's better on the clock. He's got the bishop pair. Look at those bishops. They're just controlling the entire board. F3. Sad move to play. Now A5 is going to come. B4. Maybe he's just going to go rook B6. Double the rooks. Get ready for B4. Knight C2 is his only defense. Knight C2. Maybe he's going to go A5 here. Black's going to go A5 maybe. B4 already. B4. I think he should take. C takes B4. Bishop takes B4. He should take again. Or go bishop. Yes, I think so. Or Knight C2. Knight C2. Let's see. Knight C2. Is it possible? Knight C2 is on the board. Can you go C3? I don't think so. He's hanging in there, Benjamin Bock. He's hanging in there. All games are broadcasted on leeches. Knight C2. Good defense by Benjamin Bock. That's why I didn't like to go immediately B4. I wanted to go A5 first, so he can take back with the pawn. Now I think he's back in the game, Mr. Benjamin Bock. Let's see if we have a stream. Let's see if we have a video of the players. We do. Here they are. Looking very focused. Benjamin Bock 17 seconds. Alexander Grishuk 2 minutes. He's looking for a win. He's calculating everything that has to do with C3, opening up in front of the king. C3. He's looking at bishop D2, queen D2, rook takes B2. All the sacrifices he's looking at. Did he find the win? Did he play C3? C3, you have to go knight takes B4. Oh, wow. He just takes back. Bishop takes C3. There is rook A4 maybe. Rook A4, A3 only move. Rook A3, A4, sorry. A3 only move. A3 is on the board. Rook goes to B8. The threat is queen takes C3 followed by rook takes A3, checkmate. Rook C3 only move, but then rook B3 is gonna come and the game should be over very shortly. Rook C1 is indeed on the board, but rook B3 is gonna come. Rook B3 is gonna come. Or does he have something stronger? Queen D6. Queen D6 maybe. Queen D6 is on the board. Threatening rook takes A3, which will be checkmate. Benjamin Bock realizes. He realizes the game is over. No way to stop. Nothing to try. Maybe he'll try rook C2. And then rook takes A3, king B1, start running with the king. He does indeed play rook C2. Rook takes A3, there is king B1. He has to run, but positionally he's dead lost. He's dead lost. King B1 on the board, most likely. What are you thinking about? He takes on A3. Is there no checkmate? I think it's checkmate. Rook A2. Just bishop takes A2. Yes, bishop takes A2 on the board. Game is over. Benjamin Bock realizes he's gonna play bishop B2, but it's gonna be over. He will resign any moment now, Benjamin Bock. Any moment. He does play bishop B2. But after a move like queen A4, the game should be over relatively quickly now. Yes, queen A4 on the board. Threatening all kinds of things. Bishop C4 check is a huge threat, so you have to move your queen. Queen to D2, queen to E3. Bishop B3 check, and he resigns. Important win for Grishuk. Moves up to 2 points. Same points as Benjamin Bock. Very, very important. A win. Let's see what's up with Lenier Dominguez and Jorge Cori. Board number 3. Let's see, we have a stream. Let's go there. Whoa, there's Some passed pawns running up the board. Jorge Cory down 10 seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds on 9, 8, 7. B6 is looming. B6 is in the air. Maybe rook b8. No, he goes e4. But what about rook takes d4? What about rook takes d4? Rook takes d4, queen takes f4. Is that the idea? Does he have perpetual check? Queen takes d4 on the board. Queen takes f4. There is queen d8 check winning the rook. Not possible. Jorge Cory missed this one. Queen d8 check is a huge threat. Queen d8. I think he has to go king h7. King h7 is on the board. Let's see. g4. No, no. Hell no. No g4. Queen d6. Queen d6 maybe. Queen d6. Queen d6. Queen d6. Let's see. Queen d6. Lenier Dominguez with the white pieces. 1.5 minutes against 12 seconds. Queen d6. Let's see. Queen d6 is almost on the board. Almost. It's on the board. Queen d6 trade. This pawn is not going anywhere, I think. King f1. I think king f1. Yeah, this is king f1 or rook d1, both possible. King f1, e2 check, king e1, knight h5 looks a bit dangerous, but I don't think it's enough. Maybe he wants to be safe and play rook d1, but I think king f1 is enough. Let's see what Dominguez. He has more than 1 minute, plenty of time to make sure he wins this game. Let's see. King f1, I'm expecting. King f1. He's taking his time, that's a wise decision. It's only 2 moves. It's rook d1 or king f1. Only 2 moves. Let's see, rook d1 is on the board, knight h5. Knight h5 is on the board. I preferred king f1, but rook d1 is on the board. Can he go rook d7 maybe? No, he goes b6. AB, AB. And it seems like it's impossible to stop this pawn. b7 next. Rook is not able to go to e8 because of the bishop. Time to resign for Jorge Cory. Knight takes f4, b7. b7, e2. b7, e2. Rook e1, knight e3. Rook takes e2, game over. Rook takes e2, game over. Rook takes e2, game over. No reason to take your queen. Rook takes e2 and it resigns. Yes, Jorge Cory resigns. It's a win for Dominguez. His first win, moves from 1.5 points up to 2.5 points, and he's chasing the leaders. And I think, yes, he's the closest to the lead. Bortnik is on 3.5 and Dominguez is closest with 2.5. So that's an excellent start for Alexander Bortnik. So that was all the games, and that was round 4. Next game will start at 5 p.m. local time, and that's in around 30 minutes. And I will stay here by the pool, and we will see you all at 5 p.m. for the last round of today. Stay tuned, guys. And we are back for the last round of today, round number 5. Game has just started now at 5 p.m. So let's get straight into the action. Again, beautiful view. The sun is actually going down now, so maybe during the game that it will actually maybe start getting dark. That should be all right. Let's start having a quick overview of the openings and also talk a bit about the pairings. So round number 5, last round today. Tomorrow there will also be 5 rounds, so 10 in total. And in this round we have Jorge Cori with white pieces playing against David Anton on board 1. And then we have Alexander Grishuk with white pieces against Lenier Dominguez. And then we have Bortnik against Mr. Benjamin Bock on board 3. So Alexander Bortnik is currently in the lead with 3.5 points out of 4 games, which is an amazing score. And he's playing against Benjamin Bock, who had a very good start. He was on a 2 out of 3, but then he lost his game against Alexander Grishuk, and he's now on 2 points out of 4, so also a quite good score. So this is gonna be a tough battle for both of them, and it will be interesting to see the strategy of Mr. Bortnik now that he has such a big lead. He has 1 point to number 2, which is Lenier Dominguez. He has 2.5 points out of 4, 3 draws and 1 win, and he is now playing the black pieces against Alexander Grishuk on board 2, which is also going to be a very interesting game. The oldest participants of this tournament, Alexander Grishuk and Lenier Dominguez, probably have huge respect for each other and don't really want to take too much risk. So let's have a look at the positions. We see that it actually starts pretty normal. Rook is on A1, knight is on B1, and bishop on C1, and that's what we are used to. But then it starts getting messy. There's a knight on D1, queen on E1, king on F1, rook on G1, and a bishop on H1. And we see that the players are taking their time. We see that Grishuk quickly played D2, D4, and Lenier Dominguez has thought for now 3 minutes. I'm assuming he's there. Let me see if I can confirm. Yes, I can indeed confirm. Lenier Dominguez is there. Maybe he's sleeping. Looks maybe like he's sleeping. Is he awake? I'm not sure. But he has not made his move so far, and that might be crucial in the end. You can see that usually it's a good thing to be up on the clock and have more time than your opponent. Let's go back to the overview just to see the openings. We see that Jorge Cori has played E4, and we see that Bortnik, he played G3. So all different ways to play, which is interesting. Always nice to have different types of games. And it's definitely the game between Bortnik and Bock that is been the quickest one. And we see Lenier Dominguez makes his first move, D7, D6, opening up for his bishop on C8 and getting ready to challenge the center with E5 next move. Looks like a good move to me, something I would probably consider myself. Also worth to note is that usually every single pawn is protected. Usually in the starting position there are no weaknesses, but at this moment there's actually one weakness, and that's the H7 and H2 pawn. Those pawns are not protected by anything, so if there will be like a queen or a bishop on the B8 H2 line, that pawn would be very vulnerable. We see Jorge Cori is speeding up. He's playing A4. This looks very much like one of those sidelines in the Sicilian, so we actually can see some similarities if he goes G3 short castles. Yeah, I mean, he can go short castles now. This is actually one of those positions where you can castle immediately, and we do see that Alexander Bortnik has indeed done that, and we can see that Benjamin Bock is kind of copying his moves. And the position is not too far away from normal chess. You can kind of see that this is basically one of those King's Indian structures from the white side. Especially it's easy to see in the game between Bortnik and Benjamin Bock, for those that knows that kind of structure. Yes, indeed, I read the comment, nap time at board 2. Yes, we have our 2 nappers here on the board. Alexander Grishuk and Dominguez, they are taking their sweet time. Dominguez spent 4 minutes for his first move. D6 obviously came as a surprise to Grishuk, and he's now taking his time as well, considering whether he should go E4, G3, G4, Knight C3. So many opportunities. It's hard to choose between all of them. So I think this is going to be an interesting game. Obviously, we are going to focus most on the Bortnik book game because Bortnik is our leader of the tournament. And I think we should prioritize those games. But if there will be fire on the board in the other ones, we will obviously pay attention to them as well. Now, not too much have really happened. You can see that Corey is really speeding up. He's playing very aggressively. F4 castles. Now he's already ready to launch an attack with pushing his pawn to F5 next move. And I really like the start of Jorge Corey. And I think maybe he is taking advantage of David Anton's poor start. He has only half a point out of 4 rounds, and he's really struggling at the bottom. So this is the chance for Jorge Corey to get 1 full point. Let's see if he can do that. Let's have a look at some of the boards. Let's have a big screen. Actually, let's go to this. Let's go to this game because we'll focus mostly on the Bortnik game later. So Corey against David Anton, he was very aggressive with F4, and now David Anton struck back with F5, which is also very aggressive. I kind of like it and I kind of hate it, which is very interesting because it opens up in front of your own king, which is always very dangerous. But at the same time, you always have the possibility of going short castle, just switching the place with the rook from the black side, and then you're pretty safe. So I think it should be all right. It will be interesting to see how Corey plays this position. He has already now he has a good big choice, and he just develops knight d2. It's very natural. Makes a lot of sense. He wants to transfer it all the way to f3 and perhaps at some point even to g5 and continue the attack. I think Jorge Corey is going for the kill in this game for sure. Let's see how he looks. He looks very comfortable, scratching his head while playing the move knight d2. I wonder how David feels after this tough start. Must be difficult. But you know, there's many games left. There's this game and there's 5 games tomorrow, so anything can happen. Let's see. Our most experienced players, Alexander Grishuk against Lenier Dominguez. They're both looking very concentrated and not really making too many moves. Maybe they feel ready to go home, get some rest, get ready for tomorrow. The one good thing is that we haven't seen quick draws. You are allowed to make draws. There's no Sophia rule. There's nothing like that. So you are allowed to make draws. But here everyone is fighting, and that's what we like. So let's see if we see a change now in the last round. If people are tired, they've been playing all day, so that makes sense. But I think everybody wants to fight. It seems like this. But there are barely any moves in this game. I see Lenier is already down to 19 minutes. And he's only played 2 moves. I thought 1 move, but I see that he actually castled as well. So basically he's made one choice. Like d6 is a choice. Castling is just something you do all the time, so that's always a natural move. And let's see how he proceeds from here. At least Grishuk is speeding up a bit more than Lenier Dominguez. Maybe this is not a structure for Dominguez because, as I said, it's very similar to a King's Indian structure, and I don't think Lenier Dominguez is a typical King's Indian player, so maybe he feels a bit uncomfortable. And also you have to make sure to not blunder something, so he's trying to focus and make sure he doesn't make any stupid mistakes. And our leader, oh wow, this is very interesting actually. Alexander Bortnik against Benjamin Buck, because I'll tell you one thing, and that is that they have completely normal chess position. This looks exactly like one of those English lines that I've played 100 times myself. It's basically an English opening. The only difference is that the knight is usually on e1 and the queen is on d1. So if you switch the queen with the knight, this is thick theory. So let's see if there's a big difference with the queen being on e1 instead of d1. I don't think there's a big difference, to be honest. So this is just thick theory, and we are having ourselves a normal chess game. That's very interesting that they somehow ended up in such a position. I guess also the viewers, you can see the same, yeah, that this is just a normal English structure. That's very interesting. So white really wants to go a3, b4, and I'm sure that's what they're gonna do. a3, and then black's gonna do the same. Yes, exactly. a6, b4, cb4, ab4, and then b5. Very similar, and you can't really prevent each other. So I'm expecting b4, and I'm expecting takes b4, ab4, and then b5. And then white has the choice to either go c takes b5 or go c5. So that will be interesting to see. But now we have ourselves just a normal chess game. But it will be interesting to see whether Benjamin Bock is taking his time in this game as well, or if he feels more comfortable, because I know that these players, they know that they have a normal chess position, so maybe they'll feel more comfortable and they will play faster. And maybe Alexander doesn't want to take too much risks as he's in the lead and having a very comfortable position in the field. Let's actually... not too much happening in this game. Linear taking his time. I think we should go to the Corey game, because I think the Corey game was pretty interesting. Here is the Corey game. So f5, there was knight to d2. And then we've had the castle, and we have had the pawn to g3, opening up for the bishop, and then David Anton goes b5. It's natural. At the same time, it looks a bit scary, because the bishop on h1 is targeting that diagonal, and if that knight on c6 is gone, that rook is dropping. So I'm pretty sure Jorge is now looking at all sorts of tactics, like e takes f5 or e5, and something like this. He goes a4 first. That's a good move. b4, and now he's considering, yes, good square for the knight. Knight goes to c4. They can never chased away by a pawn. Completely safe on c4. It will be exciting to see how he wants to continue. Maybe push the pawn to a5 even further, as David Anton will probably put his bishop on either b7 or a6. I really like Corey's chances here. I like his position, definitely, and he's very good in such positions. Very aggressive guy, tactical guy. So I think Corey has a good chances in this position. And what's up with our big guys, big guns? Grishuk against Dominguez. Still not too much. They're kind of figuring out the position. They have had one trade, played 4 moves. Dominguez spent 10 minutes for 4 moves. You would not see that in a normal chess game. Grishuk now down to 20 minutes. It's a relatively normal position. White is most likely slightly better, but that's because they played one more move. b3 looks very natural. You want to put your bishop on b2, and bishop a3 is actually an immediate threat, trapping that rook. So b3 looks like a very strong move, and something I would definitely consider, and I'm kind of expecting b3 to even happen. Let me try to actually say that b3 is gonna come on the board. Let's see if we can see the stream and see it in real time. If you place b3, you're solidifying your pawn on c4. You have a huge threat on bishop a3. It makes sense that the bishop is on b2. You're also in some cases getting ready for long castles. So yes, I am expecting b3. And I kind of want to see it happen. He's looking somewhere, Alexander Grishuk. Will he play b3? It's hard to stop. Maybe he has to go b6 himself, but I think that's very good for white. b3, b6, bishop a3, c5, bishop b2, and then you have a beautiful square in d5 for the rest of your game. Come on, Sasha, go b3. You could save so much time if you go b3 now. And just listen to me. b3 has to be the move. I don't understand why it's not the move. It feels so obvious to me. But he's taking his time, and I'm very curious to why he is. And he didn't even play b3. He played g4. I see to my left. g4. I do not like g4. g4 looks... I don't like g4. I don't think you should play such a move. It weakens a lot of squares around your king. Yes, Grishuk is a good player, but b3 was so natural, so solid, but maybe he's taking a risk. Maybe he thinks that he has to beat Linear Dominguez to catch the leaders. That might be the only reason to go g4. Yeah, I don't like g4. I know that Linear has gone short castle and he wants to attack with g4. And now he goes b3, but why not b3 first? That makes no sense. Okay, b3 is on the board. I'll prefer to wait. You could go b3 and then g4 if you want, but he plays g4 for some strange reason. So let's leave him with that and see what's up with Corey game again. Wow, a4, knight is c4. He actually goes f takes e4. That was not on my bingo card, if that's a saying. F e4. I assume you want to go d takes d4 just to keep the strong pawn structure. D takes e4. And if he wants to go bishop h3, which is probably his idea, I think you can just go rook f2. Just rook f2. I don't see the problem. D takes e4, and you have ideas like f5. It's a typical some sort Benoni where you go d takes e4. Let's say white has another move. They go e5. D takes e5, and then you go f5. Because if you go f5 immediately, then black has this juicy nice square on e5. That's why it's very thematical to go e5 first for white. Just sacrifice the pawn. And when they go d takes e5, you go f5, and then black doesn't have this juicy, beautiful square in e5. So that might be something we have to look into, and maybe something Corey is also thinking about. But obviously he's now considering two options: bishop takes e4, opening up for the bishop, or taking with the pawn. I would probably prefer taking with the pawn, but bishop takes e4 is also very, very aggressive. So both are good options, but d takes e4 is probably my preferred choice. And let's have a look at our leader. Our leader is on board 3. Looks like we've had a lot of exchanges here. And Benjamin Bock is getting the bishop pair. Why is he not taking back on d4? Has there been a draw offer? I think there has been a draw offer because he's not taking back immediately. Let's find the stream. Has there been a draw offer? That's the only reason that he's not taking back. Yes, it has to be. It has to be a draw offer. I can see it in his face. Benjamin Bock has this draw offer face that he's just considering. I'm 100% he's going to accept. It's just a face that we're pretending that we are considering playing on. If he takes on d4, it will be very impressive. But I can confirm he has offered a draw. I'm 100% sure. I know the game. I know exactly what type of moment this is. It's always very tactical to offer a draw when you take a piece, because they have to waste time considering the draw, while their move is actually pretty simple. So if he decides to play on, he has just wasted many minutes for such an easy move like bishop takes d4. If he goes bishop takes d4, I'm expecting e3 and then d4, blocking the bishop on g7 and targeting the knight, the pawn on b5. So I don't think I do think the position is equal, and Bortnik has an amazing situation that he's leading with 1 point going into tomorrow. So I'm expecting Benjamin Bock to accept the draw offer. He plays on. Benjamin Bock plays on. Benjamin Bock rejects. What? And then he offers a draw. Okay, that was a bit weird, but okay, it's draw. That was a weird way to make a draw. But it is a draw. Benjamin Bock, Alexander Bortnik makes a draw. Alexander Bortnik ends today with 4 out of 5. That's an excellent score going into the last day. 4 out of 5 in the lead. Let's see if he'll be up by 1 point or 1.5 or a half a point. So it's all about Lenier Dominguez now, actually. Will he catch up with Mr. Bortnik? Here's the game. Not too much happening. And this is exactly why he should play b3 immediately, because then he wouldn't allow this knight to d4. Because if you go bishop a3 now, there is knight to c2. So white has to do something else, either knight e3, I've got some flies here, or queen to d2. Let me see, yes, 12 minutes for Lenier. He's really taking his time as well. Now it's getting late here in Honduras, and the flies are starting to eat me all around the computer, eating the computer. But that's okay, we're here. Knight to d4, either knight e3 or queen d2 I'm expecting. You can make a move like rook b1, but I mean it feels stupid. Let's see the camera actually. There is no camera. There should be a camera, let me see. There is a camera. Here is the camera. They're very focused, both of them. Yes, let's go chat. Fantastic for Bortnik. Maybe he will enter the chat because he's finished. He can pick up his phone and he can watch the live commentary. Just have a sip of my drink. Yes, queen d2, one of the option has been played. Bishop a3 is still in the air, and also e3 kicking back the knight. This has been a very strange start to a game. They're moving a bit. Just look at the pieces of Lenier. He has barely moved any of them. He's just moving his knight around. And his knight has to go back again, which is a bit strange. So, first of all, bishop a3 is a major threat. And I believe Sasha Grishuk also has the idea of kicking that knight away with the move e3. So, what about our guy Jorge Corey? Has he played something crazy? I hope he took with the pawn. Let's see. In matter of fact, he took with the pawn. D takes e4. Bishop is on a6. Queen is on f7. And that knight on c4 is in some trouble, actually. Whoa. Corey just doesn't give a damn. He just gives up the rook while retreating. Okay, that's interesting. That's another bluff for sure. Bishop takes f1, queen takes f1. It's not like he has a lot of compensation. Knight takes f1. He's just retreating all his pieces. No, I don't like this. I think, I mean, for sure, David Anton is much better here. He's just an exchange up. That was a strange decision. I mean, he couldn't do it. He could not do anything about it. But I'm not sure how he blundered. So, I think this is a good chance for David Anton to strike back, get 1.5 points. He's just an exchange up. His pieces are even placed pretty good. So weak pawn on a4, weak pawn on c3. Black's pawns are pretty good. He can bring his rook to b8 and then continue to go to b3. That's something I would consider even here. Just rook b8 looks very natural. Rook b8, queen b3 is probably also considering. But rook b8 feels... I don't like being in this diagonal with the bishop on h1, so that's why I would probably go rook b8. Okay, actually yes, rook b8 is on the board. Well predicted. Knight e3. I think core of his strategy now is just to play ridiculously fast and try to push him on the time, because he is clearly worse, and I think he knows it. Let me see how he looks. Let's find the stream. Jorge Cori actually looks very focused, but you can see also David Anton looks very focused. He's ready to strike. He's ready to get back and get a point, a full point this time. Knight e3 on the board. He's just gonna move around, waiting for black to do something, I guess. And let's see what's up with our board 2. Look at this. Knight d4, queen d2 is down to 8 minutes. This is not looking promising for Lenier Dominguez, and this is good news for Mr. Bortnik. For Team Bortnik, they don't want Lenier Dominguez to catch up with him. Lenier Dominguez is the closest challenger with 2.5 points. And Bortnik is on 4 points. So if Dominguez wins, he's on 3.5, only half a point behind Bortnik. So Team Bortnik, they want Dominguez to drop points here, and he's spending a lot of time. How is he looking at the camera? Let's see. They both look very focused, but I think that Grishuk is probably enjoying this more than Dominguez. Some questions about the format. Yes, Hans did not. Hans was eliminated. I was also eliminated. That's why we are not in the finals. It was a few days ago. We had the double elimination, and yes, the Armageddon games, they were not broadcasted on Leeches, unfortunately. So it's hard to figure out why we were eliminated, but that's why. Both me and Hans were eliminated in Armageddon. f6 has been played. I would also never guess this. Okay, you're getting some space for your rook, of course, but you kind of... I'm just seeing this bishop on h8, and you're kind of burying your bishop on h8. Yeah, it doesn't really have the biggest future with all these pawns in front of it. g7, f6, e5. Yes. No, there were no Armageddon games on Leeches. That's why the scoreboard, the leaderboard, looks a bit strange. But that's the reason. Yes, we both lost. We both lost in the Armageddon. Let's see if Grishuk is also going to take his time. This is an interesting strategic battle. The battle of the clock. But I do think that Grishuk should be the favorite here. I really like his position now. And by going f6, you are kind of inviting Grishuk to at some point go g5 and just crush through that king defense. So let's see what move he makes. I think bishop a3 is very natural. And also e3. But it's hard to choose between those two. e3 and bishop a3, those are my top guesses. I do think g5 is also a candidate, but not at the moment. I would probably prefer having my king long castled, actually. Let's say bishop a3, knight e3, long castles, and then you can start striking with g5 at some point. But these guys are definitely taking their time. Let's see if David Anton has gotten a bigger advantage. At least they're playing with a higher tempo. Yeah, I can just definitely say he's just much better. He's he's winning basically. I could just say he's winning. David Anton is winning as long as he doesn't make any blunders or get low on time. He's gonna win this game relatively comfortable. White has no compensation. It's just a pure material down. Black is the one with the activity, which makes it just even worse. Rook can come to b3, queen can come to b3. That knight on d8 has also a lot of potential, and it's not in the game. Just look at the knight on a3, not doing anything. No future. Exactly, you see the pieces bishop g2. It wants the knight a3 to get a future, so it wants to go bishop f1, knight 8 to c4. That's black's plan, white's plan, and that says a lot about the position. It's not looking good for Jorge Cori from Peru. Usually when you give the exchange, you're hoping to have some compensation, but when you give the exchange and your opponent gets the compensation, that's not the best deal. So Anton David, I believe, is going to get his first win of the day, which gives him a good feeling going in to the last day tomorrow. Fighting for those top 3 spots. For now, it is Bortnik crushing everyone, in the lead with 4 points out of 5, and making his way towards that 1 Bitcoin price, which is a big money price. Yes, here it comes. Rook b3 is on the board, threatening that poor knight. Knight has to 3-3 to c2. It's very sad. Very sad to see. And from c2, unfortunately, there is no future. No future. I think black should start doing something with the knight on d8. It's a famous saying, I don't know who said it, but when you don't really have a plan and you're attacking, you should look at your pieces and you should bring all the pieces to the party. So the rook is partying on b3. I would say the knight on a5 is also in the party. Queen, rook, and bishop is also partying, but knight on d8 has not arrived at the party yet, so they should make a move and jump to e6 or c6 and join the party. I do see so many bugs, but I do see there's a move between Mr. Alexander Grishuk and Lenier Dominguez. Where do I find it? Here it is. Bishop a3 did arrive. Yes, everything that we said did arrive. Bishop a3, rook f7 and e3. As mentioned, knight e6 and knight e4. I do think that Grishuk has an excellent position. g5 is in the air. And the other knight is going to c3. And it's going to jump into d5. White has an absolutely crushing position. I think Grishuk is going to win this game, and that's gonna give Bortnik a big lead going into the final day tomorrow. He will be a huge favorite for the Bitcoin price. 1 Bitcoin. Lenier Dominguez also very low on time. 6 minutes. Let's see if we can get a camera on these guys. Let's see if we can get a camera. Here they are. Mr. Alexander Grishuk with the white pieces against Lenier Dominguez with the black pieces. His position is very stuck. Look at that bishop on h8. You would trade that with anything. It has no future. It's not doing anything. It will never do anything. And just look at the rook on a8, knight on b8, bishop on c8, and white is very well developed. Beautifully placed knight on e4. Queen is very strong on d2. And he's up a lot on time. Thank you very much. I really appreciate those comments. That's very nice to hear. From Stone Y or Stonewall and Donut Hole. That's very nice to hear. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. It's very joyful to watch this event and being on site with the players, talk with the players, playing with the players even, and especially Give me a second, especially making commentary from here. It's sun is setting here. It's beautiful. It is amazing. It's such a pleasure to do commentary for you guys, and the players are giving me all this nice action, which I really appreciate. Let's remove my ugly face from the stream and let's look at some of the games. Let's pay attention to this one at the moment. Alexander Grichuk against Dominguez. He's spending so much time. He's down to 4 minutes. He's down to 4 minutes, and I don't see any good move. How can he develop? Even the bishop on c8 doesn't have any future. It can make one move. It can go to d7, doesn't do anything. It can go to c6 next time, doesn't do anything. White has a very simple plan. It's knight d1 to c3, and then jump to d5, and then g5, maybe h4 g5. Just attack everything. And Dominguez is not gonna survive this position. Only 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Knight c6 was played. Immediately knight c3 from Alexander Grichuk. That knight is going to jump into d5 and cause a lot of problems for black. Let's see if David has been able to win the position. Actually, let's show the video actually. They're both playing pretty fast, a lot of moves. He did get his knight into the play and the other knight joined the party. You can see Corey is just trying to play fast. He knows he's losing. But he has a better position now than he actually had, so I guess that's a progress, yeah? David Anton just needs to focus and he will get this point. This is a very, very important point. So he doesn't go to bed with a bad feeling. Let's see if he can figure out something here. Feels like there should be some tactics even. Maybe g5, g5, f5, knight e5. It's possible, but it's a bit too much. That's maybe the way you lose it. Maybe knight to e7? Yeah, knight to e7 maybe, or knight a5. Knight e7 with the idea of knight, yes, knight a5. Knight a5 is on the board. Where is that bishop going? It cannot go to a2, so it has to go to either b5 or f1. Or not at all. Bishop c1. That's a move which is easy to miss. Bishop c1, threatening to take on d6. And that's an important pawn. So I would advise David Anton to put his rook back to b6. But then Corey is going to play his bishop all the way back to a2, and he still keeps his wonderful bishop on a2. You can clearly see that David has been affected by some poor results this tournament because he's a great player and usually he would just win these games easily, but I feel like he's bringing Corey back into the game. Rook b1 is possible, but what happens if he goes rook takes d6? Maybe that's what he's calculating. Let's see, David Anton, will you go rook b1 or will you go rook b6? Or will you take on c4? But I don't think that's a good move at all. I think he has to go to b6 and just admit that his technique is not the best. But yeah, he's spending time bringing Corey back to the game. Rook b1, rook b8, that's definitely interesting. Do we have any more moves at the other guys? Yes, so he's just trying to make a few moves. Bishop d7, only 3.5 minutes. Rook d8 is coming. But not too much happening with your rook on d8. I think knight d5 should come relatively quickly here. The knight is beautifully placed on d5. It can never be removed, because whenever you move your pawn from c7 to c6, the knight jumps to d6. So knight d5 should just be blitzed out. Let's see how the guys are looking. No emotions, as usual. Knight d5, I'm expecting. Knight d5, rook to d8, and just simple rook d1 maybe, or h4. I think you can make most moves. h4, g5 maybe, but I'd prefer knight d5 first, but he's not in a hurry. Let's see. Grishuk Alexander. 9 minutes 40. He goes indeed h4 with the idea to go g5. Rook d8 is probably gonna come. Yes, there it is. And now maybe play knight d5. The knight will eventually land on d5, so it doesn't really matter when you go there. But as quickly as possible, I would assume. Knight d5. Knight d5, and then you have the threat of going g5, and then when black responds with f5, you can jump your knight from e4 to f6 check and sacrifice, and just blast through black's king side. I'm pretty sure Alexander Grishuk is going to win this game. You can also see on Lenier's face that he is not happy at all. He does not like his position, he does not like his time situation, he does not like anything. What about Jorge Cori? Is he coming back? I do see David Anton is spending a lot of time. What happened? He took on c4, and when rook c2, knight takes d6, queen to d7. He's eyeing that c3 pawn, but that knight on d6 is so beautiful. I feel like this was unnecessary from David Anton. Yes, he's still winning, but I feel like he gave maybe Cori a few chances, but yeah, I think it should still be plenty enough material to win this. e5 is very dangerous. You're asking for moves like queen c6, threatening mate on g2. Your pawn on a4 is also hanging. I would probably consider just taking that, so you have, yes, so you do have that pass pawn on the a file for the remainder of the game. Bishop e3, what about queen c6? Or rook b8? Rook b8 I think is a good move. Yes, rook b8 looks amazing. Don't be in a hurry. He cannot take on c5 because there is queen c6 with double threat. Rook b8 I'm expecting. Rook b8. Let's see. Or queen a2 has been played. I'm not sure about that one, but okay. So if rook d2 now, he's going to go rook takes d2, bishop takes d2, and then rook b8. The big difference now, the big thing now is that the pawn on a7 is just going to run down the board, and queen, if you trade the queen. So Cori cannot really trade the queens, so his position is basically lost. Maybe he can try bishop f2. That's a possibility, I guess. The bishop f2, and then bishop f2 is probably gonna be met by rook b8. But still, I prefer rook b8 immediately. Bishop f2 now, rook b8, then maybe knight goes back to e4, threatening to take on c5, also knight g5 ideas. So bishop f2, let's say. Bishop f2, rook e2, I think is a good move. Queen f1, bishop takes e5. That might be his trick. Yeah, I think that's his trick. Bishop f2, rook e2, queen f1, bishop takes e5. That is David Anton's main idea in this position for sure. Jorge, 8 minutes. Let's see what's happening between Lenier and Grishuk. Has he played knight e5 or is he still waiting? Let's find the board. Here it is. Knight just landed on d5 actually. And he has gone long castle. Oof, look at his position. He has a5. Then you know you're desperate. He's just gonna sacrifice a pawn by going knight b4. He just cannot stand having this beautiful knight on d5 and this beautiful bishop on a3. He's gonna sacrifice a pawn just to survive a few more moves. a5. Can you play g5? I think you can. The idea that I mentioned, g5, and if he goes f5, I think you can go knight e f6 check. And then if g takes f6, then g takes f6 check. And you do win the material back, and you are just dominating positionally. So a5. Let's see. Let's actually go to the camera. I'm kind of expecting g5. Here's the camera. Let's see if Alexander Grishuk, the crazy tactician, goes g5. When you play h4, you're basically indirectly saying that you're going g5. So follow your plan, Grishuk. g5. What else? Yes, these games are live. They can be followed on Lichess, the Bitcoin Chess 960 Championship. I think someone in chat has the link. Taking his sweet time. Oh wow, look at the time. Lenier Dominguez down to only 1 minute. Grishuk has 7 minutes. That's why Dominguez is so desperate with going a5. It's hard to find moves when his position is so cramped that he's willing to just give up a pawn with going knight to b4 just to get more space for his pieces. But will he be in time? Will Alexander Grishuk strike with g5? No, he does not. I saw on the camera he played something else. Did he play queen c3? Such a typical grandmaster move. Knight b4, he's just gonna take that pawn and he's still just positionally crushing. b6. Yeah, he doesn't have any good moves. He's just making moves. Down to 30 seconds. I think he knows what's ready for him. I think Lenier is going to lose this. He's very good to create chances, Dominguez, but not in such positions when there is no really tactical ideas or anything like this. You're it's just a waiting game. You're just waiting for Grishuk to strike. So maybe Dominguez's only chance is basically when Grishuk actually decides to go g5, because then suddenly there is fire on the board. So b6 on the board, 30 seconds for Lenier Dominguez, 6 minutes for Alexander Grishuk. How are we doing on the board one? Rook a8, still an exchange up, and that pawn is running fast. You don't have time to take on e6 because a4, a3, a2, everything coming with tempo, and white can basically resign. But what else can you do? Knight takes e6, a4, knight d4. Rook can just step away. There's not really much white can do. David Anton is going to take his first win of the day, putting him up to 1.5 points. Alexander Grishuk still thinking. I'm still waiting for that g5 move. I do think it wins g5, f5, knight ef6 check. Looks winning to me. I don't really see how he's going to respond to this. It just looks completely winning. g5. There it is. g5 is on the board. f5 is on the board. Let's see knight ef6. I've been calling for this for such a long time. Yes, there it is. Finally, Alexander Grishuk Makes the sacrifice. G takes f6, G takes f6 check. And he has to put something on g7, and that's just a disaster. Everything is collapsing. Knight g7, f takes g7. Look at this position. Look at Alexander Grishuk. He knows he's winning. He can do whatever he wants. He has so many moves. He just feels like he can do whatever he likes, but I think he should take on g7. I don't understand why not. Is he considering even knight e7 check? Could be. Knight e7 is possible. He's not in a hurry. He can go rook g5. He can go rook g3, rook g2 even. Maybe he goes rook g5. That's an annoying move to face when you have 40 seconds. Bishop f3. Wow, that's a beautiful move. Threatening bishop h5. I hate facing such moves when you're so low on time. The bishop f3. He has no moves. He knows he's gonna lose. Grishik is going to take this. Borchnik is going to have a massive lead going into the final day tomorrow. 4 out of 5. That's an amazing result. Queen goes to e6. I think knight e7 check is possible. I think knight e7 check is possible. Bishop h5 is possible. Bishop h5 I think might be the cleanest win. Let's see. Knight e7 is on the board. He has to go rook takes e7. And then rook takes d8, followed by bishop d5. Game over. He knows. Rook takes d8, knight takes d8, f takes e7 even. He's going to resign any second now, Leonid Dominguez. F takes e7, game over. You can play bishop d5 or f e7. F e7 is probably easier. Yeah, f takes e7, knight f7, bishop d5, queen d7, queen takes e5, game over. Just take e7. Yeah. Expecting resignation any second now. Probably now. Waiting for the handshake. This is... Let me see, are they still playing the other game? They're still playing, so let's see. If my line happens, I said queen d7, queen takes e5, game over. Let's see if it happens. Queen goes to d7, will we see queen e5? Yes, we did. Queen takes e5 on the board, e8 check is a threat. Queen e8 is on the move, but it doesn't matter. He resigns, game is over. Grishik takes the win, Dominguez loses, and Borchnik, we can confirm, has a massive lead going in to the final day. So what's up with this one? Are they still playing? Yes, they're still playing. He actually managed to stop the pawn. Now it's suddenly not that clear anymore. How did this happen? Sorry, also fly. This is not clear at all. How was he able to stop this one? Now David Anton is getting lower on time. E6 pawn is hanging. bishop f8. I think you go knight takes e6. He's gonna go bishop b4. But there are chances now. There are chances for Jorge Corey. It's hard to get that pawn moving. Maybe you have to go bishop b4 and bring your rook, the other rook, and get both of those rooks on the second line, second file or whatever. Bishop b4 on the board. Knight on e6 has to move at some point. It cannot be there forever. It is hard to get those pawns moving though. That e pawn, it's easy for the black king to stop him. So let's see. I'm expecting knight d4 or knight g5. I don't know. Knight d4 on the board. Let's see if he's gonna give a check or go rook b2. Rook bt on the board. His idea is now rook c8, very simple. And he wants to control the second file, second line, with both of the rooks. And that's the way to win the game. Knight c6, rook c8. Rook c8 is actually a blunder, I think, because of rook takes b4. No, I don't think so. I think you can go rook c8. Rook takes b4 is possible, but 8 takes b4, knight e7 check, king f somewhere, king h8 even, knight takes c8. Okay, he plays king f7, never mind. Bishop d4. He's hanging in there. Rook b3. Rook b3 is threatening rook a3, so I guess that's a good move. Rook b3. Let's see. Rook b3 on the board. I think they're getting low on time. Let's switch to the camera. Let's switch to the camera. Let's see how they're looking. David Anton is the one being low on time. Almost down to minutes. 120. Let's see. Yeah, this one is a bit back. Behind. Let's see if I can update it. Stream is here. It's live. Rook b3, we saw this on the board. The idea is simple. It's rook a3, and that will make the game much easier. He goes king g2, but now David Anton, your chance. Rook a3. Rook to a3 is the winning move. Will he play it? David Anton, 1 minute. Rook a3. It's the move. Will he play it? Let's see. He's thinking. He's below 1 minute. Camera is a bit laggy. Let's see. Rook a3, David Anton. No, he reaches for the other rook. Rook a6. Let's see, knight. Can you go knight b8? Knight b8 is on the board. Rook goes back to a8, of course. Knight back to c6. Rook a3, David Anton. You can find it. You know it's winning. And I know that you know. Without the rook on a4, that pawn is just running. That pawn is just running. No! He sidesteps again. King e8. King e8. Do we have any tricks? Bishop b6 is not working. e6. e6, rook a6. King d7 is a big threat. So the bishop perhaps has to move. Bishop f2 maybe. Jorge Corey, 4 minutes and 20 seconds. King d7 is the threat. Can you stop it? e6 not possible due to rook a6. Bishop b6. Bishop f2. King d7 is the threat. Can you stop it? E6 not possible due to rook a6. Bishop b6. Bishop f2. King d7 is the threat. Can you stop it? E6 not possible due to rook a6. Bishop b6. Bishop f2. King d7 is the threat. Can you stop it? should not be possible due to rook a6 as well. Difficult position for Jorge Cori. Bishop on d4 has to move, I think. Has to move. Bishop f2. Bishop f2. King d7. Knight d4. Rook a3. David Anton, 44 seconds. Will he be able to convert and get his first win of the day? Win of the tournament. Let's see. His e6 came. Rook a6 on the board. I don't think you have time for this, Jorge. That pawn is very important. You cannot drop it. Knight goes back to e5. Now we can just calmly take on e6. And there should be no problems whatsoever for black. What is he thinking about? I don't know. Take on e6, Mr. David. He wants to go rook a3. Take a3. And that pawn is just gonna march down the board. Impossible to stop g4. I think he can just take on e6, just to prevent any counterplay. King goes up. Start pushing the pawn, a4. Even bishop d6. Or a4. a4 on the board. f5. And I'm expecting resignation at any moment. Just put your rook on a6. That pawn on f5 is not going anywhere. And Jorge Cori knows he's gonna play a few more moves. Bishop is gonna drop back. Bishop e7 or f8, probably f8. Or e7 actually. Bishop e7. Most precise. It goes to f8. That's also okay. He's gonna go knight g4. Knight g4 is expected. But that's not gonna do anything. Jorge Cori going to resign any moment now. Knight to c4. What's that all about? a3 just. f6. a2. Just a2. Bishop a1. Rook e6 check looks like it's just winning. Rook e6 check, followed by rook e1. That's game over. Rook a4 is to be played. Preferred rook e6, rook e1, but that's okay. King goes to d5. Rook b4, probably. Also winning. Many wins. David Anton clearly nervous after a poor start. Rook b4, just rook b1. Get that queen. There it is, rook b4. 95. Rook b1 is enough. And Jorge Cori is going to resign. f7 check, king e7. Nothing to do. Jorge Cori is going to resign. Maybe one more move. Let's wait and see for the handshake. Jorge Cori is looking for tricks. He really likes to make puzzles of stalemates, so he's looking for one last trick, but there is none, unfortunately for him. And he knows. One more minute for Jorge Cori. Let's see. Game will be over in less than a minute. Oh, he has 3 minutes, sorry. Thinking a lot here. Both players, they know it's over. Rook b1. f7, king e7. King d8 even, but king e7. Bishop d4 and rook d1 will be on the board. And then we will see a handshake. Bishop d4, rook d1. And the handshake is here. David Anton wins his first game of the day. Jorge Cori loses. That was all games for today. The first day in the finals of the Bitcoin Chess 960 Chess Championship. Tomorrow is the final day, where we will find out who wins this huge tournament here in Roatan, Honduras. 1 Bitcoin is up for grabs for the first prize, half a Bitcoin to second place, and a quarter Bitcoin to the third place. And that will be very interesting. Alexander Bortnik going into the last day with a huge lead with 4 out of 5. Tomorrow's games will start at 9 a.m. local time here in Roatan, Honduras. Make sure to follow the stream again, and we will follow the last day tomorrow. Hope you were all enjoying today's stream, and hope to see most of you back tomorrow. See you for now.